Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Saturday, January 27th, 2024, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel, smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can, Cash App, $, ORION, NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got WWE Royal Rumble 2024 live reactions and a watch party. We're going to get started here in about 5 minutes. And I assume this pay-per-view, even though we don't have as many matches, we have the men's Royal Rumble, the women's Royal Rumble, and then 2 individual matches. So it looks like there's going to be a total of 4, which is a little bit less, than normal. But again, it's always going to be quality over quantity. So, I think this is the first time that we've had it so low like this as far as the matches are concerned with the men's and the women's. But you know what? I kind of like it. And, based on, the format of everything, that would have just assumed that the men's and women's will go on a little bit longer. And then obviously we got Logan Paul and Kevin Owens, which I think is going to be fantastic. And then you got the Fatal 4-Way with Roman being the champ with AJ Styles, Randy Orton, and LA Knight. Yeah. So should be good. I don't really see any problem with it. And if it ends up being successful, maybe they'll use this format in the future. But again, I know there's going to be some people that were wishing that there would be more matches on the card. But again, anytime that we have 5, 6, 7, 8 matches, there's always going to be a couple that are like 5s or 6s or 7s. So if we just eliminate those and then we just have these, there's a better chance that this pay-per-view will end up being a 9 at the end of the day. Now, I'm not sure if it'll end up being a 10, but with just 4 matches, the probability of it being a 9 or a 9.5 ends up going up quite a bit because we don't have to factor in any shitty matches to bring the average down. So I would assume every match, the men's Royal Rumble should be a 10. The women's should be a 10. I would assume Logan Paul and Kevin Owens will be a solid 9. And then we hope with Roman, AJ Styles, Randy Orton, and LA Knight will be a solid 9. So if that ends up being the case with an upside for any of the individual matches with Owens and Paul, it could be as good as a 10. We don't know. And it will probably be as low as an 8, but I would assume it'll be better than that. And then with Roman, Randy Orton, AJ Styles, and LA Knight, we would assume it would be a 9. It could be a 10. And at the very, very lowest, if the ending is fucked up, then maybe that one is an 8. But overall, only 4 matches, men, women's, and then obviously with Owens and Logan Paul, and then the Fatal 4-Way. I like it, and I hope everyone is excited for this Royal Rumble in 2024. Sarah in the building, what's good? And as far as we know, we have 13 unnamed entrants into the Royal Rumble. I believe that, they had most of them that were listed, but they're, as far as this morning was concerned. So I don't know if that means MJF. I don't know if that means Mercedes. I don't know if that means Sasha Banks. I don't know what that means in general, unless we're just going to be getting a lot of guys that are old school like Hornswoggle, coming in. And I assume that we may have some of those sprinkled in as well. But I'm very curious to see who ends up showing up, if we end up getting a couple big surprises, or, if it ends up being a little tame. But again, no Vince, no Shane, no Stephanie, no Linda, nobody with the McMahon. And they may be cleaning house. Triple H better hope that they don't clean house with him included. But a lot of the people that were in the scandal are obviously no longer with the company. And we'll have to find out what goes on with Brock Lesnar as well, because his name is attached to the scandal also. So we'll find out. But hopefully Triple H gets to keep his job, because I think he's done a good job since taking over for Vince. And I hope we end up having an amazing Royal Rumble for 2024. Let's get to 100 in donos. Let's do it. Hybrid in the building. Let's go. Lenny D in the building. Let's go. Yeah, comment below what you guys think. Yeah, and they already have decided what the order is going to be early this morning. So there's many outlets that put out that information. So we'll see if they're correct or not. But I would assume if you are starting it off, there's many ways that you could go about it, but it would make sense to do the Women's Royal Rumble first, and then you can, do the Logan Paul, Kevin Owens second, and then obviously do men's Royal Rumble third, or you could do it last. I guess it just depends on the importance of the Roman Reigns, AJ Styles, LA Knight, and Randy Orton. Do you want to end with that? Or do you want to have that be third and then end with the men's Royal Rumble and give that person the shine at the end of the day? And it seems like most of the time that they, kind of give the shine to Roman no matter what the pay-per-view is, but we'll find out. But I've seen a couple different, orders, based on these media outlets thinking that they have the exact answer on what's going to be the order. So. Yeah. Well, I'm locked in. I'm watching it on Peacock on my TV, on my smart TV. So if you watch it on Peacock on your computer, it's going to be a little bit faster. So if we all watch it on the TV, we'll all be at the same point. But if anyone is watching it, through peacock.com, on their laptop or on their computer, that feed will be a little bit faster. Yeah. So, like I said, there's many outlets that have put out the order already, and we'll find out what we decide to do. If you make the fatal four-way second, that pretty much what means that that Roman doesn't matter and he's automatically retaining. Because why would you do the fatal four-way second if, unless you're pretty much saying that Roman's winning, which we already know that that's going to happen. And I can't see that match going ahead of Kevin Owens and Logan Paul. You would assume that Logan Paul, Kevin Owens would go before the fatal four-way, because if the fatal four-way is second, the second match is the shittiest match of the pay-per-view. The best one is last. The first one is second best. The second match is the worst. And then the third match will be, somewhere in the middle. So we'll see if the format stays true or if they, if they make any changes with the order and whatnot. But I think one thing is for sure, starting it off with the women's Royal Rumble would be the smart way to go. That way they can end with the men's. Jade Cargill debut. I know that she's been working behind the scenes, so that could be a possibility for sure. Yeah, like I said, I'm not going to watch it on, I usually do two streams. I usually watch it on my computer and I watch it on the TV. But when I do that, then I already know what's happening before I see it on the TV. So I'm just going to cut that off and I'm just going to watch it through my smart TV. So as long as everyone's doing that, we should be good to go. Finley in the building. What's good? And shout out to Sarah and Will for helping me out on the Twitter/X side as well. Appreciate that. Oregon Ducks getting Jabbar Muhammad. It's really, really nice. We are starting to really scoop up, like everybody. And I love it. And Ohio State, here we are. Like I said, Michigan lost Harbaugh, so their recruiting won't be as good. Will Michigan still be one of the top 3 teams in the Big Ten? We would assume so. But there's definitely going to be some people that they're going to lose in the transfer process in the portal because Harbaugh's not there. Harbaugh there, you're going to get better recruiting. Harbaugh not there, you're still going to get some that are going to be loyal, but you're also going to get some that are going to dip and try to find other opportunities better for them to make the NFL. So as of today, Ohio State and Oregon are at the top, and then Michigan, and then everyone else is below them. But we are scooping 5-star guys left and right. And at this point, we're having a better recruiting year than Ohio State. So I don't know if we're going to be able to win the Big Ten the first year or the second year, but you best believe that we're going to be in the mix. And I love that we're being able to stack and stack and stack this great talent in the Big Ten. Let's go. Hogan's racist ass. You already know that. Everybody. Oh, yeah. Brother. All right. My TV is on 82. So I don't know if that's going to blow my speakers or not, but I'm ready for today. And then I already made the thumbnails for tomorrow. So I decided to put in that extra work. So I just wanted to keep it simplistic with the poster that they already use instead of just making a custom. So that way we can see all the wrestlers there. And then as far as tomorrow, we're going to open up with the Chiefs and the Ravens. And I might modify this image to find something different for Patrick Mahomes, but with like the white jersey. But for the time being, this is what the thumbnail is for tomorrow. And then we got this one for the NFC Championship game with Goff and Run CMC. So this will save me some time. That will save me about 2 hours, so I can save a little bit more time to spend with Paisley. And we will be doing both streams tomorrow. KC in Baltimore at 12 o'clock noon. And then at 3:30, right afterwards, we got the Lions and the Niners for the trip to the Super Bowl. So I'm ready. Will in the good building. What's good, brother? Thank you for sharing on the Twitter/X. Talked to you on socials a couple days ago. Good to see that you're in the building. And hopefully this will be an amazing Royal Rumble. Yeah, this is one of my favorites too. Like I said, WrestleMania, I feel normally is the top dog, but in the last 5 to 10 years, I believe that there has been a few pay-per-views like Royal Rumble, SummerSlam, and a few others that have pushed WrestleMania to the limit. It's no longer WrestleMania is guaranteed the best pay-per-view all year. It's the biggest. It's the Super Bowl of wrestling. But at the end of the day, that doesn't mean that WrestleMania is a 10 out of 10 every single year. Sometimes there's going to be other surprises and other pay-per-views that come close or surpass what we see at WrestleMania. Most WrestleManias end up being a 10, but there's going to be some that will maybe be like 9s, 9.5s. And then there's going to be also Royal Rumbles and SummerSlams that are going to match that energy and match that excitement. So for me, I would say personally, Royal Rumble usually is my favorite. And then I would probably go WrestleMania 2, SummerSlam 3, and then it used to be Survivor Series. And then now we have Money in the Bank and a lot of these lower ones that still bring the excitement. But normally Royal Rumble for me is top 2 with WrestleMania. Sometimes WrestleMania is my favorite, sometimes Royal Rumble. But, the excitement factor with Royal Rumble and not knowing what's going to happen, I think that's what gives it a little bit of a notch sometimes over SummerSlam and WrestleMania. Because in SummerSlam and WrestleMania, right, you already know what's going to happen based off the card that's been released. Yes, there's still going to be surprises in WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Survivor Series, Money in the Bank. But for the most part, things are released to the public. Pat McAfee in the building. What's good? But as far as Royal Rumble is concerned, there's always going to be, 10 to 15 surprises, not only entrants, but also surprises that debut and show up or make a return. So I feel that as far as the surprise factor is concerned, Royal Rumble usually is going to be, the number one surprise, as far as year in and year out. So I hope Mercedes returns. I mean, there's all kinds of rumors, MJF, Mercedes, Sasha Banks, we'll see Naomi, we have to see who is signed and who is not signed, like I said, because some people think like MJF is not signed. And to my knowledge, I think he was still supposed to be signed up to this point. But again, people in the wrestling community love to talk rumors and to spread shit that is not true. So, and also to speculate, and sometimes rumors end up being true, like CM Punk. Sometimes rumors don't end up being true and they're just rumors, or they end up happening later. So Okada. I mean, like I said, the sad thing is if you end up getting people that jump from Impact, NJPW, ROH, WWE fans that only watch WWE, they don't have any idea who a lot of these other guys are. Like if you ask the average WWE fan that only watches WWE, I guarantee most of them have no idea who Okada is, which is kind of sad. But again, for most of us that are a part of this channel, we watch a little bit of everything, a little bit of WWE, a little AEW. Some people go even further and do the NJPW, the Impact, the ROH. And it's nice to get that well-rounded atmosphere in wrestling. But, for the most part, WWE and AEW are going to be king. And then everything else is going to be secondary. Odin in the building. Let's go. Yeah, but the thing is, Okada coming would only, blow the roof off for the diehards that actually have seen him wrestle or have heard of him. But the sad thing is, the same thing with AEW. You get these AEW stands and WWE stands. Natalia coming in at one. That sometimes they only watch that brand, which I don't know. I never understood that. And then they have to shit on the internet on the opposite brand. You know what I mean? Like, if you're a fan of wrestling, you're a fan of wrestling. That's why with me, it was always going to be, WWE. It was going to be WCW and also ECW. You know what I'm saying? So it just depends on what you like. Because there was a point in WWF where it was like punch, kick, leg drop, body slam, pin, and it was kind of boring. Then you ended up getting a lot of the legends going over to WCW with the NWO, Hogan, Hall, Nash, Steiner, everyone else, Big Papa Pump, right? And then I felt like the presentation was better. The announcers were better. The way that they sounded when they got body slammed in the ring was better. It was a little bit more of an echo, and just the overall vibe of WCW. And then if you just liked hardcore wrestling and you didn't give a shit about the names or the popularity, you just wanted to see hardcore moves and you wanted to see things you've never seen before, guys jumping into the ring, guys doing 450s from the top into the crowd, crazy stuff going into the tables. And I feel that's what ECW ended up bringing you. So, it just depends if you're a fan of, and for me, I was a fan of each one, and I had love for each one. Rock and Stone Cold, DX, NWO, obviously with the WCW, and then RVD, Sabu, and everything else that came with ECW as well. Let's go. Naomi in the building. Let's go. Nice to have her. And you kind of had a feeling, with the whole regime, with Vince gone, no Stephanie, no Shane, no Linda, that we were going to get some surprises. So what does this mean with Naomi as far as her contract? So does that mean her contract was up and now she's fully signed, or is this kind of like a guest appearance? Because sometimes WWE and AEW and some of these cross-promotional things, sometimes they'll let permission on to let a wrestler that is still signed with another federation come in for an event like this. But since it's Royal Rumble, maybe Naomi is back with WWE now. So for her in TNA, did the TNA contract that ran out for Naomi? So now she is 100% signed with WWE. Is that what we're saying? Yeah, I mean, Naomi is so athletic and such a fan favorite. We already know that she's not the best, but she's athletic, and I think she's entertaining. So kind of like Natty, they may not get the pub, they may not get the love all the time. They're underrated, but they always do a good job, and I feel, oh, Naomi's crying. How great is that? Good for her. You know what I mean? They missed her. We missed her. Good for her to be back. Let's go. Well, we got a surprise right off the gates. Her contract was finished in, somewhere. So what does that mean for Sasha Banks then? Mercedes Moné. And then if Sasha Banks, makes an appearance, and what is her contract status right now with Sasha Banks and MJF? Because I could have swore MJF's wasn't going to be done for a few more months. And then with Sasha Banks, Mercedes Moné, like what's the deal with that? Is she currently unsigned? Is she signed? And obviously, if she comes back, she's not coming back Mercedes Moné. She'll come back Sasha Banks, because that's what they obviously own in the WWE with that trademark. So Daniel in the building. What's good? Let's go. Of being eliminated by somebody you're not focused on at that particular moment. Can you still do that? All right, who's next? 3, 2, 1. Bailey. You should just purchase Peacock. You could probably get like some kind of free trial. I think it's like $5. Because you're not going to be able to find a link that's going to work throughout the whole pay-per-view. Not likely. I mean, sometimes with wrestling pay-per-views, you can get a link and you can watch it, but most of the time they end up getting shut down. It's called Don't Be Cheap and Get Peacock. That's what it is, Scoot. This ain't like basketball, baseball, football, and hockey where you can just go to a streaming site and get it. There's a reason why wrestling isn't on those streaming sites. $5. Oh, they took the free trial off for the pay-per-view? Oh, so they got to do $5 then? Which is worth it, if you think about it. I mean, if you're just going to watch it, like for me, I typically only watch Peacock for just WWE, but I did start to get into Superstore, watch that, and then Parks and Rec, and then I'll end up doing New Girl and just watching, some things, but I typically only have it for this. And then once Netflix gets the deal in 2025, I'll cancel Peacock, and then I'll just do Netflix for wrestling. And then obviously Stranger Things, so. I'm excited for Netflix to be able to get Raw, and if they end up getting it, I mean, like I said, wherever we can come together as a group, the easiest, and watch together is going to be key. Because even with Peacock, not a lot of people have it. So more people have Netflix than Peacock. Candice LeRae, but. I think with Netflix, I don't subscribe to it now, but I will once it gets the WWE thumbs up in 2025. So yeah, you gotta, that's how it goes, man. I mean, that's why everything has changed with streaming services. It's like, you can't even watch NFL on CBS and NBC and Fox anymore. Now it's ESPN and then NFL Network and then YouTube. And it's like wherever they want to be. And then Prime. It's like wherever someone is going to pay money, you're going to have to, subscribe if you want to watch, Apple TV for like MLB games. I mean, I feel like, it's Hulu, like it'll keep going. There's never going to be a point where a streaming service, as long as they have the money, that they're going to take away from something that normally would be on free TV or basic cable. Jimmy and Jay, yes. Yeah, I like the old Survivor Series compared to the new. Absolutely. The old school format back in the 80s and 90s was a lot more enjoyable than what they have now, in my opinion, too. I agree. But again, it just depends on how old you are. If you're an OG or, if you've been watching just for a little bit. Natalia, Naomi there on the ropes. Boom. Odin's son says, I found one for you. Yeah, if you want to send it to me, if you want to send the link to me, and then I can maybe send it to Will, or if you want to put it in the Discord, I would say I wouldn't put it here, but if you want to put it in the Discord, I would put it there, and Will can click on it from there. I would do that because I don't think and obviously you don't have Twitter X anymore, Odin, so. Jordan Grace, I had a feeling that she would show up in the Rumble. Short Grace delivering the slam, and now turning her attention to, as Corey mentioned, longtime rival Naomi. Look at us. I didn't see your Merry Christmas message because I don't really go on the Discord that much anymore. Now I'm going to give you a happy belated Christmas, only 2 or 3 weeks late. Indy Hartwell. And then hopefully we can get to 10. And once we get to 10, hopefully we can end up getting to 20 if we get more people in here. Smash that like button. It takes 1 second to do it. All right, boom. We're at 7. 3 more to 10. And then hopefully we can end up hitting our goal too. So do we have any predictions for the women's and men's winner in the Royal Rumble? Anyone want to go down, and if you're in the room, shout out to all the people on Twitter/X watching as well, but comment below winners, predictions, men's, women's, Rumble, Logan Paul, Kevin Owens, who you got winning that, and then the Fatal 4-Way. We don't really need to ask on the Fatal 4-Way because we already know Roman's winning. So I guess we don't have to go there unless you actually think someone other than Roman's gonna be able to win. But I would assume 99% of everyone on planet Earth knows Roman's winning. So Asuka. Kabuki Warriors, baby. It's cool to be able to see the Asian wrestlers finally getting some recognition. Kind of ironic, they're starting to get all this recognition when Vince is finally out of there. Maybe all his verbal abuse couldn't he couldn't get through to the Asian wrestlers, and maybe that's why that they were left on the back burner because he wasn't able to take advantage of them like he did with some of the other ladies. But I'm glad that Vince is out of there, and I'm glad that the Asian representation, especially as talented as they are, have finally gotten a little bit of love. And I feel like a majority of wrestling fans really do appreciate, what they have and what they are. But of course, you're never going to get the true love and appreciation until you're wearing the gold. Once you have gold on around your waist or platinum or silver or whatever belt, then people start recognizing. And a lot of times, when a person doesn't have the belt, they don't want to give people that, full credit that they deserve, throughout being an amazing talent or wrestler. Bailey helping Asuka. If Bailey trying to keep Asuka in this matchup, it's not eliminating Hartwell, who delivers her on game. Indy Hartwell on Asuka there. A little big kick to the head. Bailey getting rid of Indy Hartwell. Nothing, the suspense of the Royal Rumble is so perfect, too. You're going to get some old. You're going to get some new. You're going to get some NXT. You're going to get some OGs, and then there's definitely going to be a few surprises that no one saw coming either. She got some muscles. She's kind of built more like a UFC fighter rather than a wrestler.
She could be in trouble right now. And Georgia Grace trying to eliminate the Ray. Falls back into the ring. Well, up on the top rope there to England. It's always a risky situation. You usually want to avoid coming off of the ropes or standing on the ropes or being too close to the ropes in a Royal Rumble match. Stay toward the center. Now Bailey's inviting me into the Rumble. It's your moment, Paul. Well, she forgets I've already been in one Royal Rumble match. No one else has ever lasted longer than I have in their career in the Rumble.
3, 2, 1. Number 9.
The champion lost the goal last night to the Kabuki Warriors. There's not a chance. And this type of match may be built for her, Corey. I couldn't agree anymore. We've seen the kind of partake in Royal Rumble matches in the past. Her athleticism, second to none, to kind of balance in other world. But I would have to think, after losing her title last night, the title would have the memory of a goldfish. Forget about it.
Oh, nice athleticism there.
Just that kick to the midsection of Asuka. One of the women who took the gold from her last night. Chance spin drop kick. I learned most of my sports psychology said last week. All right. That's a great place to learn. What a big brain that person has. But look at Katana. Well, this looks like a mismatch if there ever was. Oh my goodness. That into a back suplex.
I got to check on Paisley on here real quick. You guys keep watching and you keep commenting if anything big happens. I'll be back in 1 sec.
A lot of real estate to work with inside the ring and getting full in a hurry. Double vertical suplex here. Naomi may want to join the party. No, Naomi's doing her own thing, trying to dump Asuka over the top. Look at this in the middle of the ring. On display. The suplex any longer bound to have to take his shoes off. Bingo. I was getting real impressed. I got to the left. Impressive. Each and every time. Yes. Big kick from Grace connects. Locking Ivy Nile. It looked like Asuka in trouble again. Yeah, other side of the ring, Natalya trying to eliminate the Empress of Tomorrow. We'll get on this back in 2018. Number 10, the third of the way through the Rumble. Big T of WWE. In 2021, lasted almost 57 minutes to win this event. It took place right here in Tropicana Field, but there were no fans here. It was during the pandemic. And tonight, Bianca Belair said she couldn't wait to perform over 40,000. Well, there would love to feed off the energy of the WWE Universe here at the Trop. But I'm going to ask, Pat, in your opinion, the old adage, it's hard to wake up and do road work when you wake up in silk sheets. Yeah. Is that going to be the case with the ESP, or is she just as hungry? Bianca Belair is different. She's a winner. Barely hanging on. Ducked over the top rope and almost eliminated. Now Bailey checking on Asuka. And look at this, another one. The ESP, a double block up from the bottom of your screen and just...
All right, I'm back. What did I miss? Hopefully nothing. Judah in the building. What's good? Shout out to Sarah, Will, and Cyberpunk for helping out on the Twitter X side. Appreciate that. Oh, Bianca's in. My TV's at an 85. I better not go any higher than that. 3, 2, 1. All right, Bianca with the triple. Kyrie Sane. Hey, Judah, at least you won 6-2 today against Philadelphia. That's a big win for you. You'll have to go to our Discord. It won't be here, but it'll be on the Discord if you go there. Let's get those likes up. One more to 10, and then we'll go for 20. Yeah, got to take advantage. So we've had one surprise so far with Naomi debuting back in WWE after her and Sasha Banks, kind of taking a stand for what they believed in, and then both ended up getting fired or, ended up leaving. And hopefully we'll end up getting both of them back in WWE. I mean, I would love to have Sasha Banks, Mercedes Moné, and AEW, and I think she prefers like the NJPW style, but if they can come to an agreement and she can come back into WWE, it would be good for their ratings. And I think more people would pay attention to her if she was in WWE. So hopefully one day we'll be able to see that. I mean, hell, if CM Punk can come back to WWE, anybody can. So Discord is like a separate like chat that you go to. And then if you find our page with the Northwest Sports Fanatics Discord, then you can actually go there and then click on the link. It's like a program. It's like Twitter, X, Instagram. It's an actual program where people come together and watch events, and then they chat separately there. And then you can like share pictures and video and links, and so that way that you don't do it here on the actual YouTube channel. Yeah, lots of fans. Well, it's Royal Rumble. You got to think, Royal Rumble is going to sell out always. SummerSlam always. WrestleMania always. You can guarantee those three. Maybe Survivor Series isn't as big as it used to be, but WrestleMania, SummerSlam, and Royal Rumble will never lose any momentum or steam. All right, Tegan.
Look at this raw power. What was that? Goodness. And now Natalya trying to save her friend Tegan Knox. Oh, and a big discus clothesline. Makes out Grace. Natalya checking in with Tegan now. How you doing? Are you okay? You should know better. She's a veteran of the game. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Oh, no. Oh, Tegan Knox turned things around. Eliminated Natalya. Oh, no. Eliminated Knox. Say you found that, Natalya. This is your fault. This is your fault, Natalya. You got to do that. Ready to go. All Natalya's fault. Almost so quick. Almost. And this is number 13. And Katana Chance. That's some backup. Peyton Carter. What happened to former tag champs on our way to the ring? Doesn't seem like Peyton in particular hurry to come help her friend who's being called in the middle of the ring. I don't think you saw it. It's a long ramp. Oh, and that's just an example of the athleticism of Katana Chance. And now Carter and Chance. Go to work. That's sort of breathtaking tandem offense. What led Carter and Chance to the tag title to begin with.
Few botched moves so far in this WWE Royal Rumble 2024. I mean, you're going to get botches from the men and the women. And plus, if you get them from people that aren't on the main roster on Raw or SmackDown, or, they're in NXT or, or something else. That didn't look like it was scripted. That looked like she wasn't supposed to get eliminated that soon. I mean, how do you get that low? I mean, once you get that low and your arms are pinned back and your legs are in that position, there's no way you're going to be able to climb back up unless two people help you up and grab your arms and drag you back in. She tried to do her inner Kofi. She didn't have the leg strength, though. And it was just, she was too low. Her arms were already, stretched all the way as far as they could. And then fucking her feet were dangling like inches. There, you had no leverage for her upper body to help her at any moment there. Chelsea Green. And hopefully we'll get some goats to come through to help us get to goal.
But she lands on the apron and she's already lasted longer than last year. Now Bianca sends her to the other side. Chelsea hanging on yet again. Good for her. She learned. Oh! Chelsea taking out Bianca. How far up the screen tonight is Jordan Grace with a spine buster. Still in the match. Spine buster, whatever. Still in the match. And now Grace. Oh, wait a minute.
Man, we haven't used this in a minute. I better have this type of reaction at some point in the pay-per-view there on the Discord. I need to be Steve Carell with that face. Hopefully we have a couple of those moments. Oh, Bianca, let's go. Look at the power. Show me the power. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. We got to 10. Let's get to 20. If I start doing a Monday Night Raws, Lenny D, in 2025 on Netflix, are you going to subscribe to Netflix and show up? Because I'm probably not going to be able to do every Monday Night Raw, because if it's during football season, we'll probably do Monday Night Football unless it's a terrible matchup. But I like the idea of being able to watch Monday Night Raw at the same time with everyone if we're able to do that. I mean, I know sometimes Raw won't be the greatest. It'll be an average show, but I mean, sometimes when we watch Monday Night Football, it ends up being an average game or bad. So. Oh, for real, though. As soon as that baby comes out of the womb, it's going to be doing like a Hurricane Rana on someone else. You already know. Right out of the womb. Hurricane Rana, 1, 2, 2. And it won't even matter if they have a boy or a girl. If it's a boy, it's going to be just like Montez and just crazy. If it's a girl, it'll probably be a combination of both of them, and maybe even more high flying than Bianca. That would be something to see. Let's get to 100 in donos. Let's go. Yeah, but I just think the idea of being able to watch like Raw or SmackDown or Dynamite and being able to like have it somewhere where we can all watch together. And obviously, some people like AEW, some don't really like it as much. But I feel that even if that is the case, like anybody can watch Raw. Like, you know, you might be a SmackDown person, you might like NXT, you might like NJPW or Impact or ROH or any of these others. But I think one thing that most wrestling fans can agree to, unless you're just like an AEW person and you hate fucking WWE with everything that you got, but you know, Monday Night Raw would be the one to do. So that way we could do a WWE pay-per-view every month and then try to do, you know, 1 to 4 Raws throughout the month as well, depending on, you know, the Monday Night Football schedule. And then when it's not football, that could give us 4 additional streams to do other than hockey or the NBA or baseball if we choose to, which I think is cool. I'd be down to do Raw fucking every Monday once it goes to Netflix in 2025. Well, you should. I mean, as long as you have Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, and Travis Kelce, you're going to be in almost any game that you play in. And then also that you have a top 3, top 5 defense finally for the first time. So, you know, if Pat can just, you know, rekindle a little bit of that old Pat and then the defense plays great, they're going to have a chance to win. It's not like, oh, they have no chance. You know, they probably have a better chance to win that game against the Ravens than the Lions do against the Niners. So, and Lions have a shot, but I would assume that, you know, the Lions defense, you know, not being that great, you know, that's going to be the thing that holds them back from winning against the Niners unless there's some serious injuries in that football game to Purdy or CMC. That might be the only way that the Lions win. Or if they get an early lead, like a 10-0 lead, the Lions do, or if they get a special teams or defensive touchdown, they're going to need something on Purdy to even the score. So I'm excited to see how it all plays out. We assume it'll be, you know, Ravens and Niners, but Chiefs and Lions definitely can win. I mean, if you're in the tourney, anything can happen. But I would say right now, probability level, you know, it's like Ravens winning. You know, most people would think 90% or more. Niners winning 90% or more. Chiefs fans and then his football fans in general that like Patrick Mahomes feel that they do have a 50-50 chance. And then I think with Lions fans, they can be confident. But I think most people think that maybe they got a 25% chance to win. Like if they played 4 times, you know, probably Niners are winning 3 out of the 4, but maybe they can win once, you know, if everything goes right. So Zelina Vega was some kind of anime outfit. She wears it on her video game streams.
From the middle row. Oh, Meteora! Perfectly placed Meteora. And a nice knee by Zelina Vega as well.
Sexy Vega.
Unique offense from Zelina Vega, who would love to make it to WrestleMania. And Piper Niven misses wildly. And Vega, look at use her quickness and smacking Piper right in the mouth. Yeah, we didn't think it's a good idea if we were watching it. That's why I'm talking about it. Piper turns it around. Vega, caught by Piper, couldn't quite get up over the top. And now,
Oh, that was a pretty good sell job. That was a pretty good sell job by Piper. Okay, nice sell by Piper. Shoosh. Maxine Dupree. Jermaine Dupree. So deaf. She'd be like, my legs are too long. It's like she tried to do it in the Hurricane Rana, but your legs are like too long to do that maneuver. Shoosh.
Temporary alliances aplenty in this matchup. Temporary being the operative word. So Bianca said, hey, it works, so maybe we try to eliminate that together.
How many ladies is it going to take? They're going to try to get Piper up. They got 3 ladies right now. They might need a 4th lady. She let me hit you in the head like a coconut. She get off of me.
Number 19.
Nia Jax. She's like, I'm ready to hurt somebody. I can't wait to get in the ring. Everyone just eliminates themselves. That would be hilarious. Everyone just jumps over the top. They're like, nope, I'm not going to risk the injury. That would be insane. That's what they should do. That would be hilarious. They'd be like, fuck no. And then they all like put on like little braces on their necks and shit and just walk out. They all wheel each other out on like wheelchairs and neck braces and shit. They're like, nope, I ain't fucking with you. You injure people. Yeah, all you got to do, Odin, you just tell them to scroll up on the Discord and click on the link and then see what they can do from there. Because again, you're going to get people that are 10, 15, 30, 60. You're going to get people of all ages. So, especially with wrestling, I mean, you're going to get some of the young bucks in the room that want to watch too. Oh, Piper. It's like, I was trying to pick you up, Nia Jax. You're like, we're both a little bit plus size. So, we got to have that strength. You got to have that strength. You got to have that good lower body if you're going to be trying to do some, even a snap suplex or body slam, or you're trying to lift up that weight. I mean, of course, dead weight is one thing. When the other wrestler bends their knees and jumps, right, and gives you the leverage to do the move, then obviously that helps. But if you're going dead weight, it would be very difficult for any of these ladies to be able to get Nia or Piper off the ground. Now, them one-on-one, you're probably going to get up to a certain point before you break your back. Little Twin Tower action that we got going on there, except Piper won't injure someone on purpose. Boom, little headbutt to your coconut. Here we go. Jump into that body slam, Piper. She's like, nope, I can't do it. They say, yeah. I'm not strong enough to pick her up. She weighs too much. Cacao. Right into the giblets. Nice job, Naomi. And then a headbutt right into the giblets. Yeah, Shotzi coming out. Come down in the tank, baby. I like her green hair, just like Naomi. Go Ducks. Chelsea's giblets are broken. Crossbody on Nia Jax. Oh, baby. Splits right in the stomach. Shotzi up at the top. Yeet. Nia's like, damn, that hurt. You broke my boob. Oh, we're going backwards. Now they're all teaming up, huh? All the ladies. They're like, you injure people. She said, do you know who I am? I am him. I am her. Nice job, Bailey. I would like to see Bailey get into the mix at some point. You know, it's one thing to be like a manager and whatnot, you know, but Bailey's too good of a wrestler, you know, to not, you know, be headlined. You know, she needs to be in the mix. And maybe when Sasha Banks comes back, maybe then they could have that feud. You know, you got to be able to have a good feud. Bailey just can't wrestle just anybody. But if you had Bailey and Sasha Banks going at it, yeah, that would be good because then they could rekindle that old rivalry like in NXT. Oh, baby. Let's get to 20 in the likes. And hopefully we can get a dono train going at some point or another. Who will save the stream today? We're almost an hour in. Becky Lynch, the man. Don't ask her to do Jeopardy, but she loves chocolate. She's addicted to it. She's a chocolate fiend. America's chocolate sucks. She eats all the chocolates. Seth Rollins opens up the drawer for batteries. Chocolates. Tries to get the toilet paper. Chocolates. That's what it's like to live with Becky Lynch. Chocolate in every drawer, which actually kind of sounds kind of nice, actually. I'm not really that big into chocolates, though. But I do dig good white chocolate once in a while. The Hershey's like cookies and cream or white chocolate when it's really good. Oh man, that hits different. That hits different, baby. Becky. Oh, do the double, baby. Don't break a neck though. It's like make sure everyone's going down at the same time. You know, timing is everything in wrestling. So it's like, you know, you could be a really good performer. You could be really great on the microphone, but to be in sync with someone else and have to be on the same page to make both of your moves look good, the person doing the move and then the person that's selling the move, that it hurt a lot more than it did. And so it is kind of like a ballet type of chemistry dance that, you know, only the elites can kind of, you know, have that special dance and that special choreography with each person. That's what really makes those people like on that next level. Who can sell the best and who can sell with anyone that they wrestle with. That's the reason why certain wrestlers are in different tiers, you know, where they can work better with the people they have the most matches with, but others can, you know, pretty much match up with anyone and they're just fantastic at everything they do. Becky. Alba fire. Odin's is like, I like that. Anything that's a little bit dark and different, I like it. It's that originality, man. It's like the people on the channel. Just being able to have different types of wrestlers, different themes and gimmicks, but also like personality and vibe and interest. You know, it's just like, you know, not everyone's going to be into hip hop. Not everyone's going to be into rock. Not everyone's going to be into country. You know, so it's kind of nice to be able to see such a, I don't know if we've ever seen such a diverse group in WWE for the women's like this. Oh, look at this. Some originality here. Yeah. There we go, Alba. Jessica Alba. Big clothesline. Papa Shango.
The performance thus far by Nia Jax. Daily turnbuckle. Not mention the EST, who's been doing her thing for quite some time right. You question the second sheets. Number 23.
So how long is the pay-per-view? Is the pay-per-view going to be 4 hours? So what are we going to get? Are we getting an hour and a half for the women's, an hour and a half for the men's, and then 30 minutes and 30 minutes for each of the matches? Is that what we're doing? Or 40 minutes for the Fatal 4-Way and then 20 for the other one with Owens and Logan Paul? Matt Payton in the building. What's good? Yeah, of course. All that great duck information. If that can't get you fucking lit up, then nothing's gonna, dude. We got Jabbar, man. We're just fucking stacking fucking pieces, dude. It's great. We're having literally the best off season out of any college team in college football. It is great. Shayna's like, you're big. I can't do this. Shayna's like, give me roids. PEDs. Hit up Balco. That's good. I'm glad that, you know, you just got to be able to focus on the right things, like the Oregon Ducks, baby.
Who's going to seize that opportunity this year? How satisfying would it be for Bayley to be the one to eliminate Bianca Belair from the Royal Rumble? Bayley.
So far, so good. Royal Rumbles are always fantastic. They're never bad. They're never boring. They're always fantastic. And for the longest time, like I said, WrestleMania was always my number one. Right? But I feel like Royal Rumble, you know, is like right there. You know, like sometimes I even feel Royal Rumble's better than WrestleMania, just depending on how WrestleMania turns out with the outcomes of the matches. R-Truth, baby. He's like, welcome to WrestleMania, baby. Yes, R-Truth. R-Truth is my boy. This one's all me. My bad, my bad, my bad. Oh, I'm going crazy on the R-Truths. I mean, you got to put R-Truth in the storyline. And also, if you remember, I told you guys the story about how R-Truth almost got his leg amputated right? And he almost had to retire early, had multiple infections in his leg. And there was a point where, if things didn't get better, that there might be things like, with Deion Sanders getting some of his toes amputated. Like sometimes we have legends and favorites and even funny guys like R-Truth, that has had that, long career, hasn't got enough flowers, has always made us laugh, and I feel that, we definitely got to do something good for him before he goes in the next couple years, whenever that may be. Like, put the tag belts on him, let him go out, a champion. I think that would be a nice kind of salute to all the good that Truth has brought, over the years. But that's kind of scary. He never ages, He seems like he's like Paul Rudd. Like, R-Truth never ages. He could be 20 or 50. No one fucking knows. And just like Paul Rudd, 20, 50 years old, looks the same. They might be time travelers and whatnot, right? But always good. There's nothing ever bad that you can say about Paul Rudd or R-Truth. Big facts. Yeah, stop burying the Vikings. They're not about that life, Odin. Smash the like button. Help your boy out so I don't eat air for dinner. Well, Jesus Christ. I mean, I see it going all limp, but when you go all limp, you got to actually look down to see where your head is going. She could have fucking snapped her neck right there. I like people when they sell, but also, too, you don't want to be that person that's known for injuring people like Nia Jax or fuck-ups. Because even the greats, like, will fuck up from time to time or try to lift someone up and the leverage isn't there and it's a fuck up, but you want to be as clean as possible. But Frank Gore. Yeah. Fuck, I remember Frank Gore at Miami, man. I mean, he was, had a certain type of look even back then, but glancing blow to Becky Lynch. I love seeing Naomi out there with the Oregon Duck, just highlighter green, just fucking out there. Shotzi with the green. Go Ducks. Jabari Muhammad, 5 stars, 6 stars. The Ducks are literally just scooping up everybody. But that doesn't mean that we're going to win a natty. We understand that. But we have to take our W's and little W's until we end up winning the natty. Then we're on a different platform. We're not at that Alabama, Georgia, Michigan level yet. And, even Ohio State is going to be thirsty to be able to have a natty. But Oregon, we're positioning ourselves very, very good, not only for next year, but for the existence of the Big Ten. Like, I don't see Oregon falling lower than 4th in the Big Ten ever. Like, unless something really dramatic happens or we go on fucking sanctions or we have some kind of, penalty of, something that we did. No sanctions for the Ducks, baby. Yeah, let's do that. Let's not have your boy eat fingernails and air for dinner. That's good. It'll bring you down. You got to get back to being a fanatic of the Ducks and the recruiting and the route running and football, NFL, college football. Oregon Ducks this, Oregon Ducks that. Roxanne Perez, I like you. She's cute. She's spunky. She has the heart, and she's not the most talented, you know what I mean, but she's definitely someone that you can root for. Kind of like Becky Lynch, knowing that they may not be like the most athletic and they may not check off all the boxes, but it's someone like Becky Lynch where you had Charlotte Flair and Sasha Banks and Bayley and a lot of these others that might have been better, but there was just something about Becky Lynch before she got her belts that made you want to root for her. I feel Roxanne Perez has got that it factor too. I like her. I mean, if you watched her in NXT, passion, heart, and then, like I said, you can still be a little undersized and still be a fan favorite and still accomplish things. So Paisley's in the room. Daddy's watching wrestling. Do you miss Daddy? Daddy misses you. I love you. Paisley's laying in here watching Royal Rumble now with us. All good, brother. Hopefully we'll have somebody else or a couple people. And I appreciate that. That definitely helped me out. Especially when you get close to like a deadline, like when you have a bill that's due and you're going to need Cash App, or you're going to need cash, to be able to get it done. So I do appreciate that. Whoa. Well, their fans in the playoffs are the worst fans. I mean, anyone that's watched Tampa Bay Rays games when it's the playoffs, no one shows up. Nobody. There you go. There's Jade. You know what I'm saying? There's Jade. AEW, built like a freak, built like China. Yeet. Now they just got to refine her skills so she can be that big bruiser. But then when you got to mix in some suplexes and some body slams and just look smooth with it, you don't have to be so robotic. You can be buff, right? You know what I mean? You can be strong, right? And then we want to see some silky smooth out of you. And I think that's what WWE has been working on with her. So that way she's not so robotic, like a statue. She can be like that strong, body that looks like a statue, but we need to be able to see if she's got some technical wrestling in her repertoire. Can you do some submissions? Can you do some groundwork? Can you do some figure fours? Can you, do some suplexes? And can you do some brain busters? Can we see a little bit more? And if we can see that, that's going to elevate Jade Cargill from being Jade Cargill to being where Bianca is. And being like that upper echelon if she wants to be with the Bianca level, right? You know what I'm saying? We got to see some Bianca athleticism out of you. And you got oh, baby, here we go. Yeah, flex on them. There we go. And she's a very unique specimen, not male, female, whatever. Her look is very polished as far as strength. There's not very many people. Oh, baby, throw her over. I mean, it wasn't the cleanest, but that was awesome. There we go. There we go, Jade. That was cool. Especially, Nia is up there, on the weight. So, but Bianca, Bianca's got the muscles and the look, but Jade is more sculpted, Jade's 12-pack, because that shit ain't even a 2 or a 4 or a 6. I don't know how many muscles are in there, but oh, girl, she got 12, 14, 16. She's sculpted a little bit different. She really does care about working out and taking that to the next level. Now we just got to be able to get the smoothness with the strength, and then the possibilities are limitless for her career if she can step up. And whoever trains her wrestling wise, the better the wrestler that's training her, the better that she's going to do it in WWE. Here's another one right here. Here's Charlotte Flair 2.0. You want someone that's pretty, blonde, athletic, tall, and actually can do hurricanranas and do stuff off the top rope, not like some of these other imitation blondes that are in NXT and in WWE that we saw earlier. If you're looking for that, a blonde to be like Charlotte, it's her. AEW needs some of these women. They need their women's division to go up there, because it's like Dr. Britt Baker can't be the only one that pretty much draws a name or a crowd in AEW. At some point, you're going to have to bring some other people in. Let's go, Tiffany. Charlotte Flair 2.0, baby. She can do the pretty much, most of the things that Charlotte Flair can do with the same type of flair. And it's awesome to be able to see, regardless, blonde, brunette, redhead, or if it ends up being a foreign wrestler, we just got to be able to see the next evolution and the next tier, after the Baileys and the Charlotte Flairs and the Beckys and the Baileys and the Sasha Bankses and, and the, Naomi's and the, every one of the Natalias, with the next wave, we got to keep seeing that next wave, that next 18-year-old phenom, that next 21-year-old, that next 25-year-old, and so when these other wrestlers and these ladies go from 25 to 30, 35 to, maybe if they get closer to 40, that next wave is already coming in. Yeet, yeet, yeet. I think that Jade Cargill is built like a Roman statue. Like if you ever saw like those Roman statues, like anyone that is the closest thing that looks like a statue, it's her. As far as like female, like we've seen guys like Rock, and they have a certain type of look and a build, right? But Jade Cargill looks like a fucking statue. She's sculpted that way. Liv is back. Liv is back. Love me some Liv. We haven't seen Liv in a minute. I've seen her on socials. Liv Morgan, let's go, baby. So we got Naomi. We got Liv. What else would we say that was a surprise? Is that it? Are those the two biggest surprises so far? Jordan Grace, yeah, that's another one. Not as big, probably name wise, because maybe the average wrestling fan doesn't even know who that is. But for people that know, yeah. Anytime you get someone coming up from another federation or another organization, right? And then at some point, AJ Lee, of course. And then at some point, we're going to get Alexa Bliss once she has her baby situation figured out, right? And as enough time passes, we'll end up seeing her come back, I would assume, right? Because it's not like Alexa Bliss is going to retire. She'll be back at some point. I mean, to go from like Tori Wilson and Stacy Keibler and like Lita, and to go like kind of see where the women's division is at now, not even like across the board, but just WWE, pretty fucking impressive. Especially when they can even headline pay-per-views now. Like if you were going to tell that to Vince in the 80s and 90s that the females would be the last match of the night, he would have there'd been no way, And so it's kind of cool to be able to see them highlighted as the last match or the first match, which is normally considered the second best match. Oh, look at Bianca, baby. Jade and Bianca, you already know they're going to go one-on-one. And obviously they would make a great tag team too. Like if you wanted to put Bianca, in and have like a Kane Undertaker type of vibe, but to do it with a little flair, they could have something, like a cool tag team name with the two of them. I still want the faction with Montez and her, and like to figure it out. Like they don't have to it doesn't have to be intergender matches where it's like Montez Ford and Bianca wrestling against another guy and a girl, but just to be a part of a faction, I could see something like that. But of course, you could have them be together. You could have them feud. There's so many different ways you can go about it, but I mean, it's based off height and build. I mean, that is the most natural comparison. Tiffany Stratton is the next Charlotte Flair, Jade Cargill and Bianca. It's like you're looking in a mirror. It's kind of cool to be able to see that you're actually finding people that are about the same size and frame and skill set that we're going to actually get some pretty good matches in the future. Michael in the building. What's good? Oh yeah, and the thing is Jade and Bianca could headline. They, and they could end up being like, it could be for the belt. It could end up, they could win tag championships. They could, they could do a lot with it, But obviously, having them go one-on-one and building up a feud that I'm better than you, type of thing, that would be, something that they could definitely build up for sure. But if that was the case, you would have to have a belt on Bianca and then have Jade get the belt from her to make her look better. Like, oh, Bianca's the champ, right? But then Jade Cargill came in from AEW and now she's the new Bianca. Like you'd have to do it like that. Hi, Paisley. Come here.
Eliminated as well, so we're now down to 5. It's from Bill Aaron Morgan out of the apron. She's got Homebreaker and Stratton now hanging on to the front. No one. Jimmy Stratton trying to look at Bill Aaron. Bianca lasting 47 minutes, 47 seconds. They're down to 3. Cargo, Morgan, Bailey. Bailey would never miss an opportunity like that. Bailey just realized the situation and could feel the target growing on herself. Bailey in this match over an hour. Naomi's already set the record in the women's rumble at an hour, 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Bailey could eclipse that. Depending how long this matchup goes. Cargill, Bailey, Morgan, we're down to 3. One of these women going to WrestleMania. And Bailey now taking the fight. But she's been in there much longer than both Cargill and Morgan. And Bailey now, top rope and Morgan. He rocks Cargill. And now with Morgan. Cargill trying to find out the predicament here. Know about the overabundance of heart possessed by Liv Morgan. It's an attempt. And Bailey now. Oh no! Bailey trying to hang on to the apron, trying to slip underneath the bottom rope. Can she do it? Cargill and Morgan now. And Jade Cargill and Morgan up and over to the apron. This is what we're talking about. We get excited about the power of Jade Cargill. And right now she's outmatched. She's outnumbered. But she's still hanging in there somehow. Fighting back. Oh, look at it. Back inside. They put on the brakes. Cargill still hanging on. An impressive performance here by Jade Cargill. Bailey took to the apron. Morgan out of the midsection. Cargill stood straight up by that last kick from Morgan. Morgan! Oh, goes Cargill! With a body in. Bailey! Eliminates Morgan! Bailey's going to WrestleMania!
I like it. That's what I wanted, because like I got to think of someone that's underappreciated, someone that, deserves to be able to see the limelight again. But if you're going to do that, right? Sasha Banks coming back, if you're going to have someone come back and then you're going to give the love to Bailey, like what would be a better match for Bailey than Sasha Banks? I can't think of one person that would be a better opponent to be able to get the ratings, up on another level, especially if you were along for the ride in NXT. When they did NXT, their rivalry was one of the best rivalries between the men or the women. They had a few like matches of their career, back then. So it's either you followed the journey or you didn't, or you saw it or you didn't, or you saw it live. But wow, I like it. I'm not mad at that at all. Obviously, a lot of people with Jade Cargill being in the bottom 3 would think that she was probably number 2. Like if it wasn't going to, be her, because you always want to have it down to like 3 people, but 2 that you really believe that could, right? And then the third one is just there because they're third, and then that was obviously a debut that we haven't seen in a little bit with Liv. So I love the last 3. And I like it. I mean, for Bayley to be the manager and have to take a step back, of her own personal like wrestling career for storyline wise to build up the others. Sometimes that's what, it's all about, and, other people had shine while she got left in the dust in the last 3-4 years. Remember, there was plenty of opportunities where Bayley was healthy and they left her in the dust. And, so I think this is very, very full circle, and I'm super happy for her. I like it. I couldn't think of anyone that would have been more deserving because Jade Cargill is brand new. Liv already had her moment. So, who's another wrestler that's been grinding away that maybe hasn't had their moment yet? Bayley. So, and I like it. It's not hug it out Bayley. It's heel Bayley. Heel Bayley is the best Bayley. The shit talker Bayley's the best. So, I like it. And then when people get, opportunities, right, then it'll also lead to betrayal and other feuds and, people working together, people against each other. So, because you got to think a storyline, how many, months you got to think about where it's going to be able to go. So. Wow, hour and a half. So hour and a half for the women's, hour and a half for the men's, and then what? 40 minutes for the Fatal 4-Way and 20 minutes for Owens and Logan Paul. Because I would assume instead of it being 30 and 30, if it's a Fatal 4-Way, that's got to be 10 minutes per guy. So 40 minutes there, and then they can still have a great match in 20 minutes with Owens and Logan Paul. I mean, you can have a great match between the both of them in 8 minutes, but give us about 20. Then it could be maybe something that we remember. Well, I guess it really truly believes if you think somehow by some fucking miracle MJF is going to show up with his fucking scarf. I mean, I think that would really be the only true surprise. I mean, anyone else like Hornswoggle or whatever, but we just got to think about who's been out of action for a while, that we could possibly see, or someone that has been a free agent within the last, few months or 6 months. All right, so what would we give that Royal Rumble? That one, it seemed like it lasted a little bit longer than normal since we only have 4 matches. Normally, the men's and women's Royal Rumble is about an hour. So if you end up eliminating 2 or 3 jobber matches, that would have been 5 to 7s. That would have brought the card down. We only have men's, women's, Fatal 4-Way, and then Logan Paul and Owens. So there's a better chance of this being a 10 out of 10 or a 9 out of 9 or 9 out of 9, 9.5 out of 10 or however you want to grade it, right? So I feel that with less matches and them extending it another like 30 minutes, I kind of liked it. I mean, it was long, and there was a point in the beginning where it was getting a little stale. It's like once you get about 8 to 12 ladies, men or women, and they're just kind of punching each other and there's nothing really going on. Then there's a little dry point in the Royal Rumble where it's like, okay, you're waiting for that next elimination or that next surprise or that next cool move. But sometimes guys are just laying on the ground, or you get some meaningless stomps, in the corner and whatnot. I feel like if you pay attention to Royal Rumbles, the sequence is always kind of the same every year. But I enjoyed that. I mean, there was some dry moments, a couple surprises. Now, if we would have got Sasha Banks, then we're talking like a 9 or a 10. But I guess it just depends on the surprises. And there was a few fuck ups in the match, so we have to make sure that we're being fair. Like we want to just naturally give it a 9, 9.5, but there was a few fuck ups by some new people and by some vets, so we'll see how many fuck ups the men's have on their side. But also, too, to be fair, there's going to be less experienced females in the Rumble than the men's. In the men's Rumble, most of the guys that are there are going to have a little bit more time on their side as far as matches and TV time. Some of the women that were in the Royal Rumble in any year are new or NXT or jumping ship from another federation. So sometimes they may fuck up and they may not be as clean as a vet like Natty, who just knows what to do and is, going to operate like a machine. So Sasha or AJ Lee, oh yeah, that would have tore the roof off. Yeah. It's like sometimes you can have like one surprise, but sometimes you need like the name, like the CM Punk, like you got to have that name, the MJF for it to be like, oh my God, So Fatal 4-Way is next, so that means that Roman is winning, and they consider this to be the worst match of the 4, because that's based off placement. And then Logan Paul and Kevin Owens are going to steal the show, and then the men's Royal Rumble will be off the chain. And then we assume that we're going to see some cool moves, but the ending, everyone is going to get mad and get pissed off about, and it'll probably be shorter than we think. Got to be something better than the Boston Hug connection. Heels, and they're better as heels too. Like if NWO was around, I would want Bayley and Sasha to be an NWO. Like I'm like, hell yeah. Like go beat up everybody. I would love it. All right, what are we at for likes? Are we at the 10 mark yet? Let's get to 20. And let's get to 100 in donos. Let's at least get something on the board at some point. That would be good. Help your boy out. Your boy doesn't like to eat air.
I don't even know who I'm looking at right now. I think it's the happiest I've ever been in my life. What did you say? I know it's the best under the circumstances.
7 more to 20. Let's get there.
How do we get here? Well, to answer that, I'd have to go back to the beginning. I better go warn the kids.
So far, so good. Nice job, Bayley. I ain't mad at that at all. Here we go. Fatal 4-Way. Randy Orton, baby. Congrats, Bayley. I ain't mad at that at all. Jade Cargill would have been cool, too. All right, let's go, Randy. Might have to go get my Randy Orton figure. I got a loose Randy in the shoebox. Appreciate you, brother. You might be the only one, but maybe one will lead to 2, and that'll help me out, even if things are tight. Appreciate you. Odin with a 10er. He said, I don't want my guy to starve. He's like, we're too good of buddies for you to eat air for dinner. Thank you, man. And then hopefully we can get some support tomorrow with the football games. No air sandwich for your boy. Appreciate you. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks with a little Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. The $10 can come in handy for food, drink, or me maybe even making a visit to the dispensary, baby. That can always come in the clutch. Thank you, Odin. 90 to go. You're the man. MVP. MVP. Odin's son is the MVP. My God, appreciate you. 10. Let's get to a hundo. 90 to go. Randy is a fucking legend, man. Like, it's like it almost feels wrong for him not to have a belt at any given time. And that's when you got someone that is like a GOAT, like a Stone Cold, like a Rock. He is in that same category to me. And like at any point he could be face, he can be heel. He's much better as a heel and like evil, but he can do the face role. You can have him with a belt. You can have him with a tag team belt. He can have him with the championship belt. You can have him with the IC belt. You can have him with the tag belt. You can have him with the European belt. You can have him with a hardcore belt. Not really hardcore, but you know what I mean? Like, there's literally, like, it just feels wrong when you watch him wrestle, like, as big as of a star as he is, that, like, when he doesn't have a belt, it's weird. Like, he's like one of those guys that you envision with the belt at all times. And that's what separates someone that's good and someone that's great to someone that's a legend like Randy Orton. How many guys can you say that? That like it just feels wrong when they don't have a belt. Exactly. And you have it number 2. So that means that to real fans that watch the order, this is, in your eyes, the match that doesn't matter the most out of the 4, which is true. We know the ending. Now we just have to hope that we have cool spots in the match to keep us interested. And then for the people that actually think Roman's going to lose, you have to have that build up. So AJ Styles, another legend that came to WWE a little late, but I feel as far as popularity is concerned and to be able to match it in the ring, on the microphone, and to be able to give us a move set that is very unique to AJ Styles, he is definitely one of those like top 5 guys, and he has been for a long, long time. It's like wherever AJ Styles is, he's a draw. Like Seth Rollins, you're never going to see AJ Styles in a bad match ever. Love him. I got a couple AJ Styles figures and whatnot. I got like one of the miniature ones that is like replicated to be like the figures that I had when I was a kid. And I got a Dean Ambrose, Seth Rollins, and I have an AJ Styles. I should actually dig that out. Oh gosh, Shawn Michaels, AJ Styles would have just. AJ Styles and RVD in their prime. Can you imagine? Like RVD at ECW going against AJ Styles in his prime. I mean, that could go down as like one of the best matches ever based off athleticism, but we never got to see that either. Yeah. Bro, yeah. The Luke and the Butch. If you were going to spend that type of money on me, it should be something different. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like I'm not going to appreciate that card, but for that type of autograph, gosh, that's a lot of money, bro. Like, if you're going to be paying like $60 to $100 for like a Bushwhackers auto, we would have to like maybe, we'd have to dig deeper on something else or something that we both can have or something, Like, it's like I'm trying to get you to spend less money on me so we can both spend money on ourselves on something cheaper. Like instead of like getting like an autograph card of the Bushwhackers, maybe like both of us getting like BWO shirts, and then we could both rock them together. Something like that. That something like that would be more meaningful for me. I love the Bushwhackers, and their autograph would be cool. But what would be cooler would to be both of us to get BWO shirts, and we could both wear them. LA Knight, yeah. And I still need to get a Kraken beanie too. There's like certain pecking order on certain things that, I would want to be able to get going. Like, like I got to get a Kraken beanie. I need to get a new NFL Buccaneers hat, like a pro back or a snapback. I've been waiting to get a good Buccaneer one for a minute. Ducks one too. So that way I can actually like use it on stream. Otherwise I'd just be staring at the Bushwhacker autograph for a little bit. And, it's like you want to be able to get the most out of the stuff. But I appreciate the thought. But before you pull the trigger on the Bushwhackers, if you do it, message me, because I mean, like I said, maybe we can delay that, and maybe we can, for the same price, we can get BWO shirts together or something. That would be awesome. Let's go. And Odin, he donated before, didn't really have the money, to donate today, but just doesn't want me to be at a zero, to help me out. And then Odin, for you to be able to show your generosity, even when your pockets are thin sometimes, you still go out of your way for me. You're the original OG. And your homie Cyberpunk decided to, join the party. So I appreciate you. Wow, this is really the two of you have definitely made things a little bit more comfortable for me now. So now I actually can go get something to eat. Maybe I could actually order a pizza. If I wanted to, I could go to the dispensary. Maybe I can get something for myself. Cyberpunk. Boom shakalaka, as Roman Reigns is walking with Paul E. Dangerously. Paul Heyman. There we go. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks with a little Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. And, it would have been amazing, just even 20, 50, oh my gosh, 100. And then to be able to I actually can buy something for myself now because of Odin and Cyber. Thank you so much, man. I haven't been able to buy anything for myself. I've been really, due diligent on paying back things that I needed to pay back, tax stuff, and making sure that even if it's I have to necessarily work for free, but I have to make sure I'm trying to be honest and keep things up to date and try to get things paid back that need to be paid back and whatnot. And thank you so much. You guys are awesome because the two of you are able to help me pay bills on time, and then also buy something for Paisley. And also maybe now I can go and get a Kraken beanie. I could actually get maybe a Buccaneer hat or a duck hat for the stream, something like that. I do need to get a new pair of shoes. And obviously with Megan and with Reflect, I've been walking so much, my Vapor Maxes are already getting worn out, and I've only had them for 2 or 3 months. But I am walking, about an hour and a half a day, 7 days a week. So thank you so much. Paisley even wants to show her appreciation up here. Thank you so much, the two of you. And sometimes, all you need is that first person just to start, even if it's almost 2 hours in, and then someone else notices that, or, or is going to help out. So thank you so much, Odin's son, with the stacks on stacks, racks on racks with the Cactus Jack. The Chiefs Kingdom showed up today in the building. The thumbnail, I may swap out the Mahomes image and go for a white jersey and then, posing the other direction. But this was my initial mock-up that I did for you guys for tomorrow. And then Cyberpunk not only doing the regular, over and beyond amount with the hundo, but trying to actually, see if I can actually get something for myself for once. I wasn't really able to do that in 2023. So thank you, Mine. Thank you, Mine. Bang, bang. The Chiefs Kingdom have reunited together. We've all missed you, brother. Let me know what you guys want to do for photos. So this is AFC Championship game, but I'll probably change the Mahomes image to try to get something in the white jersey. And then obviously I got Jared Goff and the Goffense. Was going to do Amon-Ra, but I figured, I don't have to go Brock Purdy and Goff. Let's go with at least some kind of, splash. And I might swap out Goff for another player, but I kind of like this one. So this one we just might flip the image with the better Mahomes image, but I do like them because they're tall and I have the whole image of their upper body and their legs. So can't wait for tomorrow. I appreciate you guys very, very much. Let me know what you guys want to do for photos, and I got you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes. Jay Styles. Appreciate you guys. What a good boost for the mental health, you know. And also too, just making sure that I can actually have access to that and not have to wait a month and then have a percentage taken out. So thank you for that too. So that'll definitely really help out me and Paisley and everything that's going on with me right now. So thank you. And if you ended up watching the Women's Royal Rumble, Cyberpunk, I assume you were watching, but Bayley ended up winning. So that was great. We did not get to see Sasha Banks, Mercedes Moné debut, though. But we did get to see Naomi and a few others. And we're about to get the Fatal 4-Way here with Roman and AJ Styles, Randy Orton, and LA Knight. And then we'll have Kevin Owens and Logan Paul, and then the Men's Royal Rumble. Crazy shit, though, right? I mean, but we always knew that Vince was like this. The way that the text messages portray Vince talking is exactly how I think that he would talk to any type of female. I imagine there's going to be many, many females that were hushed, that have hush money, to be quiet. And there's going to be others now, knowing that Vince is gone, that at some point maybe they'll have to finish their wrestling career and then they'll come out because they don't want to disturb anything with the money that they're getting with the contract and, the TV stuff. You don't need to have any negative energy, especially with the TKO and the buyout and The Rock and Triple H and no more McMahons, no Vince, no Shane, no Stephanie, no Linda. The first time with no McMahons, but, Vince McMahon, trying to, do kind of obscene, crazy, like nasty things, like verbally and physically. Like literally anything that you could think of. If you had Vince's name attached, you're not surprised. Guy's always kind of been a dirtbag and a horn dog kind of guy. I mean, if you go back in the Attitude Era, stuff with Tori, stuff with Stacy Keibler, stuff with Brock's woman, with Sable. It's like, he would have the wrestlers like straddling him and stuff. Like, I mean, like what era of TV is that like, going to be acceptable? In the Attitude Era, it was, because sex sells. They had to find a way to compete with WCW, and the raunchier that they could make the storyline, that's how they were able to compete with the NWO and what they had going on with WCW. Yeah, and he was paying her, and so she was collecting gifts. So it's not like, all these things were happening and she was like a sex slave. Like they were giving her money, they were giving her, gifts. So she was, she knew what the drill was. And then obviously when the money and the gifts stopped, then obviously, that I'm not saying that what happened was okay. It definitely was not. But also we have to acknowledge that she realized what she was getting herself into at some point, regardless if it was wrong or not, because we know it was wrong, right? But again, you are sober enough to understand that you are getting money, you are getting cars, you are getting vacations, you are getting gifts. So yes, you are a victim, 100%, right? But also too, you knew what you were getting yourself into at some point. Just a terrible thing all the way around. And that's why you have to eliminate the McMahons and, they had to get rid of everyone that was associated, Laurinaitis and everyone else that might have been involved, maybe even Brock Lesnar, supposedly. So, but I think a WWE with no McMahon is weird. I actually think it's going to thrive and will be much better. But it all depends if they clean house and Triple H is gone too, or if they let Triple H hang around. Because I think that Triple H has proven, with Shawn Michaels and the people that are going to be running the shows, that he knows, what the fans want, but also he knows that it won't be like a Vince WWE. Like it'll be more, not necessarily WWE and Triple H's vision alone, because part of it is going to be in Triple H's vision, like Vince's vision. But I feel like you're still going to get results that the fans are not going to agree with, just like Vince's decisions. But I think with Triple H's WWE and how they have it run now with Khan, like you're still going to get surprises and you're still going to get angry at the endings, right? But you are going to get more things that the fans are going to approve of than ever. And I think that makes good WWE, for the kids and the adults. But we might not agree with Bayley winning, but like we get it, and then some of us were like, yeah, we're happy about it. Like that's one example right there. They could have just went and sold House and said Jade Cargill. And like, oh, they did what Vince would have done. The big phenom, the next Bianca Belair, even though she hasn't earned her stripes yet, Jade Cargill, here it is. But then, maybe trying to give back to a wrestler that was forgotten for like the last 3 to 4 years and saying, I'm sorry, we fucked up. Here is your moment, and that's what we got with Bayley. So, yep. And we also can't believe everything that we read online with leaked text messages, leaked emails. We don't know if that is truly, from Vince's cell phone or email or not. It's very easy to edit, and people can say, oh, this is from Vince, But anything that we've seen from Vince, if you actually know Vince McMahon, and it's a shame, too, because I love Vince McMahon, the commentator. That was the best thing about Vince McMahon. If you actually watch matches like in the 80s, when Vince was on the microphone, he was amazing. Better than Michael Cole. He was amazing. He was like literally, like if you go back and rank all the best announcers from like Nitro and good old JR and the King, Vince is actually one of the top 5 announcers of all time. He is that good when he was younger because he was selling pretty much the company and the wrestlers to everyone. He had to be that way. Otherwise, you guys weren't going to buy in and we weren't going to buy in. So that's what you can feel the authenticity in his voice, and I like that. Like back when Vince wasn't such a dirtbag early on. So, but what money comes power and power comes greed, and then greed turns into insanity. So, oh God. And they already got a Vince thing going. And then there's going to, and then when all the truth comes out, I mean, it's not going to be pretty. And that's why they have to spread that shit out because you don't want to give a black eye to something that's trying to make money that took over for Vince, you could already tell it was just like being in the shadow of Pat, like, and not wanting to have to, make a name for yourself, just, kind of eating off the family name and the family money, and then not having any goals, and then just being a creepy, pervy, rich guy's brother. That's the one that actually is putting in the work, and then that makes you even more pervy and weird, that you're like just this kind of like rich weirdo loser that is pervy. And then you're like the ultimate weirdo. Like you think you're cool because you're Patrick Mahomes' brother, but in essence, you've become like the biggest fucking weirdo in the NFL. Like, like not a good look, Yeah, CJ always going to talk though. But the thing is when CJ talks, right, he typically delivers. It's like Lattimore. They've always had beef with our teams, whether it's the Panthers or the Bucks. So a lot of shit talking is going to come out. But if the shit talking ends up being true 50% of the time or more, they deserve to keep talking, It's like when Lattimore shuts down Mike Evans most of the time. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Like, what am I supposed to say as a Bucks fan? Like, shut the fuck up. Like, that's not true. And he just needs to be quiet. I mean, guys are going to talk, But Mike Evans will have his day, and Mike Evans will be in the Hall of Fame. Lattimore will not. So there's the difference. Vince and Jesse were the fucking amazing, man. I loved Jesse the Body Ventura with Vince, and they had like Gorilla Monsoon, and they had other guys like Sergeant Slaughter. They've had different guys, from being on the G.I. Joe cartoon and announcing and being like a special guest, and different people on the microphone back in like that time period. Bobby the Brain Heenan. Love Bobby. Great heel. Great manager. Great on the mic. Joey Styles on ECW gave you that energy. And then obviously I always like, Tony Schiavone and Mike Tenay and Larry Zbyszko on Nitro. But Vince on the microphone was just, if there's one thing that's positive about Vince, it's him as an announcer back in the day building the company. That was like 10 out of 10 type of stuff. Like, Gorilla Monsoon in the brain, yeah.
Admiring his subjects in the middle of his kingdom. And again, Corey, remember, he's never been in a fatal four-way while defending the title. It's a different.
And let me know any type of photos that you guys want me to bring up. But shout out to Odin with a 10er after doing a 50er yesterday, the day before. Yesterday. Appreciate that very, very much. And then Cyberpunk being Cyber with the big 290 to get us to an amazing. We don't hit numbers like that often, so it's always good when we do. And then it's always a good feeling to be able to take care of Paisley, or if I decide to I actually could go buy a beanie for myself, and I know for some people that doesn't mean anything, but that's kind of a cool opportunity. So thank you, man. Got LA Knight and Roman trading punches here in the ring. Paisley with the licky licks. Shout out to you guys very much. Appreciate you. And then we'll be doing both of the games tomorrow. Could go either way. I feel like the Lions probably have the least likely chance unless that defense plays really great. But if the Lions get a 10-0 lead and there's an injury to like McCaffrey or Purdy, even if it's a minor one, Lions will have a shot. It's just that defense. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to cover with the linebackers in the secondary. And then with the Chiefs, that seems more like 50-50. Chiefs defense is good. Ravens defense is good. Ravens offense is typically pretty good, but sometimes they start slow. And the Chiefs offense hasn't been as good as years past, but it's starting to feel like it's clicking a little better. And as long as Rice gets opportunities, and every once in a while, Kelsey this, Kelsey that, an opportunity here, opportunity there, Pacheco, getting his runs. Yeah, I could definitely see the Chiefs winning that game. I don't think it's, that one, it seems very close. Like either team could win. And then I feel with like the Niners and Lions, it's more like 75-25. Niners. Yeah, but especially with the Chiefs and the Ravens, it could end up being like a 21-20 game, 23-20 kind of game. I think it could be low scoring. And then with the Niners and the Lions, that one could be higher scoring. That one seems like it'll be into the higher 20s, and we might even get a team hit the 30s like the Niners, I feel. And then if that's the case, then the Lions would hit in the high teens, like 19, or maybe in the mid 20s or low 20s. Like if the Niners ended up winning 31-20 against the Lions, would anyone be shocked? No. And then, again, we could get a very low scoring game. AJ Styles looks like a little boy compared to Randy Orton. Just based off the height. Oh, nice. But I feel like with the Chiefs and the Ravens, I mean, it could even be as low scoring as like 19-17. We might get a defensive battle where teams can't really do a whole lot. They're passing, there's not a whole lot. And then the running game gets stuffed. Like we know, like it's just defense. And then whoever makes that, interception or the pick six or the fumble for touchdown or a punt return or kick return that's big, maybe that's, the deciding factor. And also kicking will be very crucial. Like, between the kickers with Butker and Tucker, that could be real deadly. 2. Well, we had the first, part of the pay-per-view last an hour and a half, right? So that one, hour and a half. Now we're, I would assume this would last 40 minutes, and then they would have Logan Paul and Kevin Owens last 20 minutes, and then the men's Royal Rumble will be an hour 30, just like the women's, if this is going to go 4 hours. Yeah, well, I mean, Cyberpunk, what would you upgrade next season? Would you give Nagy one more year to figure it out, or would you give him the boot? And then besides the OC, getting a couple more offensive linemen and wide receivers, yeah, I mean, obviously, I imagine most Chief Kingdom fans and most Chief fans have already talked about, what they want on the line, at receiver, at tight end, any other defensive player in the secondary to add depth. I mean, these are conversations that Chiefs fans have had within themselves already. But, it just depends if they are, watching mock drafts yet, or if they watch college football, or they're just taking the word of someone else and buying into being like, oh, yeah, that would be a good fit for the Chiefs offense. Nice RKO there on AJ Styles by Randy. LA Knight, how about you get one? RKO out of nowhere. Yeah, Bieniemy ain't going to come back. If he's going to come back, it wouldn't be this close. And Bieniemy actually did a good job for Washington. So, as far as play calling and trying to get the most out of their players, I wish he never would have left. But, I mean, they'll be able to find someone else to, replace what they have now. That's not going to be hard for the Chiefs. It's probably like the most lucrative job. Oh, call plays for Patrick Mahomes? Yeah, sign me up. I mean, who wouldn't want that job? Veteran wide receiver. Do you got a particular receiver that you'd love to have on the team? What about T. Higgins? Would you like T. Higgins on the Chiefs? So you got Travis Kelce and T. Higgins together. That would be something. Mike Evans on the Chiefs would be crazy. Being solo. Rome Odunze or Troy Franklin from the Huskies and Ducks on the Chiefs would be a good fits. They would be good. Any wide receiver that's good in college would be good for the Chiefs. Let's be honest, just to give them some depth. Evans would just be fucking. If you guys got Mike Evans, you guys are going to be the new powerhouse team. Even at this stage of Evans' career, like that will give you supremacy of the AFC all over again. Kelce on one side, Evans on the other. Defense still is top 3, top 5, and then they keep building on another rookie wide receiver. Imagine if they drafted Rome Odunze and got Mike Evans. The Chiefs would be number 1 all over again. Easy, right there. I want Mike Evans on my Buccaneers, though. But, I mean, oh, my God. I would hella root for him on your Chiefs, though. I mean, the guy is so underrated. Oh! Like when they compare his number was when he's retired to like Larry Fitzgerald and like Megatron and T.O. and Randy Moss as Jerry Rice at being the number 1. Like his numbers are going to be right there with like T.O. and Randy and Megatron. Like people are going to be shocked that Mike Evans' numbers are as good as like those guys. Like I'm not saying Mike Evans will be the number 2 wide receiver all time when it's said and done. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying it will be a debate of T.O., Randy, Megatron, Fitzgerald, Mike Evans. Like he will be one of those names, like maybe a Justin Jefferson also in the future that we'll be talking about. Like, oh my God, like look at this type of longevity. 2. Yeah, that's why I think a lot of people were assuming that he would get fired after this year. And the Chiefs fans will have a deeper pulse that even the outsiders will be like, get rid of him. But maybe they'll give him another year or 2. And then if they decide to make a move, they will. Sometimes they'll give a guy more than just a year. Like let's get some better receivers and see what you do. And then if you still do, poor play calling, then okay, well, but they want to make sure they're checking off all the boxes and saying, okay, play calling was a little shaky, but the wide receivers were shaky. Let's improve the wide receivers and let's see if your play calling gets better. And then they can make a decision from there. So, yeah, this match is good. But I would assume Mike Evans is going to be number 1 choice for Chief fans once they realize that he's available. And I want to keep him, as a Buccaneer for life. And I honestly feel at the end of the day, I mean, he'll be considered a top 10 receiver of all time. But his numbers, depending on when he retires, he will be in the conversation for being top 5 receiver of all time once you look at the numbers, as far as who his quarterbacks were, how he was able to get the yards and the touchdowns every year, no matter the quarterback. And most of the quarterbacks were bootios. And then the longevity and the consistency. That's what's going to separate him from a lot of these other guys. Patrick Mahomes to Mike Evans for 3 touchdowns in a game. I'm there for that. It would probably be like the only time I buy a modern day player jersey from another team. Because then at that point, I would have to buy a Mike Evans jersey for the Bucs, and then I'd have to get a Mike Evans jersey for the Chiefs and just throw it in the closet. and just throw it in there just to, because like I said, I'm not going to buy too many jerseys on the offense, but if I was going to buy one, Tristan Wirfs would be first, and then obviously Evans, and then on defense, Antoine Winfield Jr. Can we honestly see Chris Jones leaving the Chiefs organization, though? He seems kind of a staple, like Mahomes and Kelsey and Andy Reid. Like, it's like they would rather just die and retire there than go somewhere else. That's kind of the feeling. And it's not even about the money. It's just about being a Chief. That's kind of the vibe. But again, we'll see. Surprise, Hoodie and Vrabel are still available? No, because people want to go for guys that aren't disciplined guys, that are hard asses, that are might be past their prime. And Bill, it's like what we're going to do is listen to a guy that has no track record after Brady. Why? Like, how are you going to sell the organization? You couldn't do it with your own Patriots. Why would we give you money to go in there and to get rid of some of our guys? Try to insert discipline. It may work, it may not. And then if you don't have the right players, you're just going to go 5-12, and then we'll just fire you. So what's the point, right? Belichick's just collecting a paycheck. For Vrabel, he's younger, but he coaches like Belichick. So it might rub people the wrong way. So if you can get an offensive coordinator that is bright and Roman wins, if you can get an offensive coordinator that is bright, Macho Man in the front row, bright and intelligent, that's where the league is going. It's a passing league. So if there's an up and coming offensive coordinator, that's who's going to be getting a lot of these head coaching jobs, not brittle, old, nobody believes in anymore, Billy B. Vrabel could still get a job, but yeah, but you already knew that Roman was going to win. There was 0% chance he was losing the belt. After you built up a wrestler this big, it's unbelievable that he's going to drop it unless it's him one-on-one with like Cody or Rock at WrestleMania, and that's the only time that he might drop it. And if it's not that, then that there's 0% chance. That's when wrestling loses a little bit of that luster, because the believability factor of him actually losing each month goes away, because we obviously know for a damn fact that he's not, because you're trying to make him the modern day Bruno Sammartino, the modern day Hulk Hogan. You're trying to have him have the belt for fucking like 10 years straight. So for real though. LA Knight would be the last one to win. They would rather give the strap to Randy, or like AJ to give him some pub. You would assume that LA Knight would be ahead of AJ at the very least, but I guess it just depends on the point of their career, and LA Knight might have people chanting his name, but AJ Styles is a better wrestler. Randy Orton is a legend. And then Roman, that's just the face of this particular organization that we force ourselves to watch. Yeah, we're keeping him. I wanted to be able to have a draft pick like Bo Nix from Oregon or Michael Penix Jr. from Washington, or next year's draft with like Quinn Ewers or maybe like a Shedeur Sanders or an Arch Manning in a few years. I want someone to compete with Baker, because Kyle Trask isn't good enough. But I kind of have a feeling the Buccaneers will not draft a quarterback this year, so then I'll have to pray for next year. But Baker will be the quarterback for the Bucs. I would assume they'll give him a 3 to 5 year deal, and until he gets hurt or plays like shit, and then that rookie quarterback that we draft this year or next year beats him, then we'll have someone else. But yeah, we will be re-signing Baker Mayfield. He ain't going nowhere. His stats were good for us this year, but it's like, is Baker good enough to get to the playoffs? Yeah. NFC South sucks, but is he good enough to get to the Super Bowl and win? No, I don't think he is. So, I mean, I guess if you want to pay a guy 30 to 40 million just to be a guy that's a starter, that's a top 16 quarterback that played like a top 10 this year, if that's what they want to pay 30 to 40 million, fine, I guess. But I would rather draft a quarterback so that way you don't have to spend so much money. But I guess it is what it is. Bailey with the win.
Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The David Vincennes is coming. Traffic on royalty. Some matchup for the NXT Championship. Who will punch their ticket to compete?
I got to get something to drink. Your boy's got some cotton mouth.
Two of the very best in the women's division. Valkyria will take over the NXT Women's title. And the Royal Rumbles in St. Petersburg, this was a little bit earlier tonight, Pat. This was sunset here. If you've never been, make the trip. It is out of a movie. How beautiful this place is. And the vibes have been immaculate since they found out that Royal Rumble is going to be here. The Tropicana is electrifying. As we look forward to a week from tomorrow right here on Peacock, it is NXT Vengeance Day. We would like to take just a moment to send some very special thanks to our friends, the Black Keys, for Wild Child, the official theme song of the Royal Rumble. It's from the album Dropout Boogie, and you can get it right now on Apple Music and Spotify. And speaking of music, the 2024 Grammy-nominated multi-platinum rapper and singer-songwriter from Nashville, Tennessee, Jelly Roll.
Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll in the building. I got to go get Paisley a snack so that way she's not hungry. So I'm going to give her, I just gave her a couple blueberries and strawberries. So, yes, KO. This should be good. This one could steal the show. Should be physical, high flying. There should be some really good spots in this match. All right, let me go get Paisley a little thing of food real quick before we get into this. Let's go, baby. Love me some Kevin Owens. And Logan Paul, whether you love him or you hate him, super athletic, entertaining, and either you're rooting for him to win or you're rooting for him to lose, kind of like the Dallas Cowboys, but it's must-see TV.
We just get hustled? There's no way they were Saturday. Interesting. It's both electric and a gas gun. Yeah, quite the paradox. Electric for short trips, gas for long. It really is both. The Lexus RX plug-in hybrid.
All right, I'm back.
Get special offers on select Lexus models.
I got Paisley some food.
Chris and the Triple Tap Street Titles.
I switched gears from delivering part-time to streaming full-time.
Oh my God, it's so good.
Yeah.
Sometimes water just hits the spot.
Filing with 100% accuracy and delivering a maximum refund. Guaranteed.
Like your maximum and I'm in.
Make your moves. We'll make them count. Intuit TurboTax. 100% accuracy guaranteed.
Detect this. Living with HIV, Robert learned he can stay undetectable with fewer medicines. That's why he switched to Dovato. Dovato is a complete HIV treatment.
So what would we grade the pay-per-view so far?
Uses fewer medicines to help keep you undetectable.
What would we grade that last match?
Detect this. We're going to learn that most
And then where are we at here?
four medicines. Dovato is as effective with just two. If you have hepatitis B, don't stop Dovato without talking to your doctor. Don't take Dovato if you're allergic to its ingredients or taking diphenylide. This can cause serious or life-threatening side effects. If you have a rash or allergic reaction symptoms, stop Dovato and get medical help right away. Serious or life-threatening lactic acid buildup and liver problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems, or if you are pregnant, breastfeeding, or considering pregnancy. Dovato may harm an unborn baby. Most common side effects are
I want some oh my God moments in this match.
tiredness and
On some good spots.
Yes. You could stay undetectable with fewer medicines. Ask your doctor about Dovato.
This is not just 30-minute test results for flu and COVID-19. This is known for sure. So you know what's next. Walgreens.
Everyone's at like a 9.
Large 2-topping pizzas at Domino's are just $6.99 each when you carry out. Like, no big
Yeah.
The combinations are pretty good.
He said 0. He said not a fan.
This week only at Domino's.
I like the high flying ability of certain wrestlers. So when I see Logan Paul like do big stops, and he gets to a certain point where you'll see him doing one thing, and then all of a sudden you can see the big spot about to happen. And then, to be able to be high flying like Tiffany Stratton, and to be able to like put your body on the line a little bit, but also to do that little flair. Not everyone can do top rope madness, and whether he lands the move or not, or on the wrestler. And then Owens is probably arguably the most athletic, thicker wrestler, that might not be a normal heavyweight size. His body shape and frame is a little bit bigger, but he's super athletic for his size. I mean, he ain't like Bam Bam Bigelow size or anything like that, but just because you're like Bam Bam Bigelow, Vader, hell, Kevin Owens has lost a lot of weight from what he was. And to be able to see his athleticism, I mean, Owens can fight anyone. That's why he's such a fan favorite. He's great on the microphone. You can feel that Canadian flair. It's raw, it's genuine, it's who he is, right? Oh, he puts everything into it every single time. And then his move set is like better than you think he would be based on how he looks. Like he's way more athletic than he looks. Like if you just were looking at Kevin Owens and you didn't know who he was and never seen him wrestle, and then all of a sudden you see him and you're like, whoa. So far, so good. And I kind of like the idea of only having 4 matches. Women's Rumble, Fatal 4-Way, a 1-on-1, and then a Men's Royal Rumble. I mean, instead of having 2 or 3 more matches that would have brought the pay-per-view down, we would have graded them, 5 to an 8. So maybe out of like 3 or 4 more matches, maybe we get a 7 in there, maybe a 5, maybe an 8, and then it brings the pay-per-view down. So by having less, I mean, when you look at the card, you already knew everything was going to be good. Women's Rumble, yep. Men's Rumble, yep. And then you see the other 2 matches. Okay, it's a fatal 4-way. We know Roman's going to win, but at least LA Knight and Randy and AJ are in it. So you got good wrestlers fighting him. So that's good. And then obviously, regardless if you like or hate these guys, one guy's annoying, another guy's the man and athletic. And, it's one of those things. It's like, you're rooting for him to win and have a better legacy, or you're rooting for him to lose. It's a little different from the Dominic Mysterio vibe, because I feel like deep down we all want Dom to be like, we all want him to make it. Like, we want him to follow in the footsteps of Rey, but be your own, Mysterio, which he easily will be. He'll never have the athleticism like Rey, but he could go down as a darker heel for his whole career. Samantha Irvin, tell him. I mean, Kevin Owens is I don't even know if we can consider him a big guy. Like we're assuming like he's like fat and he's like bigger, and he really isn't as big as he used to be. He's trimmed down a lot. But there's nothing wrong with being a little bit fatter and a little bit thicker. Hell, I mean, Bam Bam Bigelow and Vader are 2 of my favorites, and they're not, Shawn Michaels or Bret Hart looking, and that's okay. Everyone has their own favorites, but that's what makes them cool. as maybe not looking like they can do the moves like the athletic guys, and then actually being better, than anyone ever anticipated. I mean, that's why I like Vader and Bam Bam Bigelow. They had the it factor, both of them. I always send old school matches to Odin's and Cyberpunk of those guys also. I mean, Owens is about half the frame that he was, years ago. Get him, Kevin. Get him, Kevin. Oh, yeah. I don't listen to Impulsive. I don't go to any of their social medias. I've never seen any of their videos. You know what I mean? But what I can say is that I do enjoy Logan Paul as far as a wrestler. I feel that there's plenty of wrestlers that are out there, and he actually is athletic enough that, that it shows you that not every social media personality could do this, and he actually has lived up to the expectations and exceeded them. He's given you some athleticism and moves that I think that people thought there's no way in hell that he could do. So I'll give him that. And, and like the same thing, that goes on with anything else. If you're cross promoting, by giving another person success, in your business, is just going to get you more ratings and more money for your business. So by eventually giving Logan Paul titles and pub and love, you're essentially saying we need Logan Paul followers to become WWE followers so they can spend more money on WWE. KO and Bray. Bray even bigger than KO. But if it's old KO and Bray, yeah. When KO is a little bit fatter and a little bit thicker and whatnot. But now KO is slimmed down and he's faster. So when he does like that cannonball, man, that shit looks like it hurts a little bit more. Before he had a little bit maybe more fat. Now he's like, I got muscle. So it's like, I'm gonna make sure I hurt you kind of feel like. It's good to be able to have guys like Sami Zayn and KO. They're so original, and they might not be like the most popular, but they're always guys that you can root for and that are entertaining to the max. Like Sami Zayn, if he never got an opportunity with the Bloodline, would have always been considered like mid, like average, jobber. Like, we know you're good on the microphone and you got a catchy theme song and people chant to it, but as far as in the ring, you never really been able to have a moment because they never pushed you. So it was cool to be able to see him like main event and actually be able to show like the world that like even a little guy, can still be like popular. And I think that was a good move by WWE. Like, it's like the one time that they didn't fuck up someone's career. Like they fucked up Bray's by not giving the Fiend the title when they had a chance. Nice athleticism there by Logan Paul. 2. Yeah, well, they got rid of Vince, so obviously stuff that has to do with like sex and sexual conduct and stuff, obviously, that might be one thing, but maybe bringing the language and the, maybe, more risque type of stuff, like DX type of material, I mean, we'll see how it ends up turning out. But I will start doing, when Netflix gets Monday Night Raw, we're going to start doing Monday Night Raw live streams. So that way, not only do we do the pay-per-views once a month, that we have a chance if Monday Night Football sucks or it's not football season anymore, that we can all come together at least once a week for the wrestling part, and then do the pay-per-view at the end of the month. But I think like 5 wrestling things a month would be awesome. or even if we ended up doing the pay-per-view and then 2 Monday Night Raws, hell, that's 2 more than that we're doing right now. That would be cool. That just means that I'll dump Peacock and I'll get, Netflix, most likely. Bronson and Otis. Yeah. But that's what's cool about like wrestling fans. You can be a bandwagon fan and just go for everyone else, based off a catchy theme song or whatever it is. But like once you actually are not like a follower and you're like, you make your own opinions on what you like, then you start to get into like your own personal style and some people that you relate to, the men and the women. And then it's not about popularity. It's just about what you like in the ring or how they dress or on the mic or a combination of those things. Just like us all in the room, everyone's a little bit different on who we like. Smash that like button. Let's get to 20. Shout out to all the people on Twitter and /X that are watching. Oh, big clothesline there by Kevin Owens. And I like the color of the tape. I've always liked the design of the Kevin Owens shirt. I've never owned one. But that definitely is a shirt that I would rock. Even the old ones with like the black and the red KO and everything. It's like a simplistic design, but it's like perfect, kind of rugged, tough, duct tape, when you have to, when something breaks, you got to fucking make it work. And that's what Kevin Owens does, makes shit work, It's like no matter what position of the match is in, like you always feel that he's got a chance. Oh, what a move. But this is one of my favorite pay-per-views of all year. Like normally Royal Rumble, WrestleMania are my, WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Royal Rumble are always going to be my top 3. And then it used to be Survivor Series, but I think now maybe that's been replaced with, I don't know. What would you guys say your 4th favorite pay-per-view is after SummerSlam, WrestleMania, and Royal Rumble? I'm not sure if there's really a wrong answer. I mean, it should be Survivor Series, but it doesn't really hold that weight anymore. Is it Money in the Bank? Is that the one that we consider? Like, what would we consider the 4th best now? Or is it still Survivor Series to you guys? Oh, baby! Pack a little bit more punch with that cannonball. I love it. Like Money in the Bank, I think is like ahead of Survivor Series now. Like I'm kind of thinking that might be 4th or 5th Money in the Bank because it just feels like there's excitement at Money in the Bank and like you don't really have excitement on, as far as like it gives you the same excitement level as Survivor or SummerSlam, Royal Rumble, and WrestleMania without being as big of a name as a pay-per-view. But again, it has been steadily climbing the boards as far as like the surprises that happen in that pay-per-view. So maybe Money in the Bank is 4th now. Ooh, Elimination Chamber. I was about to say, who's going to bring that up? And then Lenny D did. Elimination Chamber is the setup is cool. Sometimes the surprises aren't as much, but the anticipation of jumping off the chamber and the guys in the chamber and the women and then the double team moves and just knowing that you're going to get a good pay-per-view. So I would agree with that too. Then we just have to Money in the Bank or Elimination Chamber, which is better? Is there? I don't know if there's a wrong answer there. One is 4th and one is 5th, but what is 4th? That's tough. Elimination Chamber, you're going to get great matches. Money in the Bank, you get the surprises. So what would you want? Surprises or a guaranteed good pay-per-view? So maybe surprises because we like surprises, right? As far as like a wrestling fan base and sports, we love surprises, good or bad. Shit, they're like, oh my God, whether you love CM Punk or hate him, like, it's surprise. Like if MJF shows up in WWE, we're going to lose our shit, so. Logan Paul showing his athleticism. Shit, you got Royal Rumble 3rd? You got WrestleMania and SummerSlam? Yeah, Elimination Chamber is fire. I'm trying to think about when the last time I seen a shitty Elimination Chamber. You know the answer? Never, because there's never been a shitty Elimination Chamber. They've always been good. They always get you excited. Oh, yeah. I miss seeing like brain busters, and seeing the suplexes. 2. So Elimination Chamber and Money in the Bank are better than Survivor Series now. Maybe they need to go back to the old format like how they used to do it, and that would get the fans back on board. Otherwise, it's always going to be like that floater pay-per-view. It won't be like a Saudi Arabia pay-per-view or something like that, but, What is the most underrated pay-per-view in your guys' opinion? Like as far as the lower name pay-per-views, what is and not Elimination Chamber and not Money in the Bank, right? But what is the most sleeper pay-per-view as far as the others? What is the best one that is like slept on? What would you guys say? I wish they would do a WWF in your house, like in the video game. I used to play that, and I remember the in your house setup. It reminds me of like Ahmed Johnson and like Owen Hart, Bret Hart, like Shawn Michaels. I kind of like WWF in your house. I wish they would have that. Two. Money in the Bank. And not Money in the Bank and not Elimination Chamber. Something other than those. Something lower. I need to be able to, you got to go deeper than that for me. WrestleMania, Survivor Series, Royal Rumble, and SummerSlam. Oh, Hell in the Cell. Oh, love me some Hell in the Cell. Hell in the Cell with Undertaker and Kane was a whole nother vibe, too. Like just the ominous darkness and the lights. And then I sent that picture to you of Owen Hart and Chris Benoit, right? It's when they were 19 and 20. Sent that to a couple people. Pretty cool. Logan Paul, top rope. I feel Logan Paul, like the way that he wrestles, that he's going to tear an ACL, MCL, or PCL. Like, I feel that, like, with his high flying, at some point, that leg is going to give. What do we think about Theory being paired up with Grayson Waller? Do we like that? Like, both of them kind of trying to be, like, kind of douchebaggery guys with Logan Paul? The Three Stooges? Bang! Get him, Kevin. 1, 2. And then the ref saw him. Of course, it ends that way. You got to put the knucks on the opposite knuckle. Of course, Austin Theory is a John Cena wannabe. That's what Vince McMahon wanted, him to be the next John Cena. Bro. So it's like you got the cheating, and then you got Kevin Owens. It's like, okay, I'll cheat. These are the way that matches used to end in the 80s and 90s. But again, you're always going to have like someone upset on how a match ends. But for Kevin Owens to be the one that cheated, not Logan Paul, I kind of like it. If they weren't going to let Kevin Owens win, might as well have him win by cheating too. I can stoop down to the Logan Paul level, but fuck, I got caught. What was the scenario that most people thought that Kevin Owens was going to win? No one thought Kevin Owens was going to win this match. Just like Roman, the chances of Kevin winning this match was like 10%. So, they're trying to build something with Logan Paul. So now he can get beat up after. Like, you got to take your bumps, kid. Well, obviously that match being way too short and the ending. Now that one wasn't a 10 or a 9. That one goes down as like an 8, and that kind of brings the pay-per-view down a little because of the ending of that match and the length of that match too. This could have been the match that stole the show, and the Fatal 4-Way ended up being better than this one. Who would have thought? But I do like the cheating aspect. I know some of y'all don't like the cheating aspect by the Kevin Owens, but for me, I think it's the length of the match and the ending, could have been better. But definitely the length and then the ending of it, you have to bring it to like probably a 7.5 or an 8. I said 5.5. All right, last match, Men's Royal Rumble, baby. Predictions, put them in the chat. All right, Logan Paul. All right, Bailey. All right, Roman. All right. Winner number 1, winner number 2, winner number 3. What are we getting here?
WWE Super Spaces Club rebuild. WWE also honors 3 local nonprofits as WWE's newest community champions.
Yeah, and I love Eddie Guerrero. So that's why it doesn't bother me as much. The length of the match bothered me more than the ending. For maybe the very first time, because normally I'm bitching at the ending of like Roman matches. I'm like, God damn it. Or like a Brock Lesnar match. I'm like, what the hell is this? You know what I mean? So normally I'm bitching about the endings, but I like Eddie Guerrero. Like he's like one of like my top 5 guys. And so it's like with Eddie, yeah, anytime I can see little things of Eddie and like Dom and others, I like that. CM or Cody?
McAfee excited back for one night only, but glad it's one night. Look at this mess. Yeah, Logan Paul's body really did some destruction over here to the table floor. Well, I cannot believe it. 4 weeks from tonight, we're not going to be Australia for Elimination Chamber. It is going to be incredible. It's going to be live on Peacock as we continue the road to WrestleMania. Boy, let's flush the opposite direction.
Weekend, 5 years in a row. You must be getting paid very well. Jimmy and Jay. I mean, I think that's what everyone's been dying to watch, right? So, Matt, what did you think about all that Ducks news? You like it? We're like everything is really shaping up, man. And I already knew we were going to get Muhammad, though. Like, there's other schools that can offer, but what Oregon is building right now, this is year one of, the many, many, many players that we're going to be able to get. Can you imagine if we have Lanning for another 9 years, like where the program's going to be at that point? Like, at that point, 10 years from now, maybe Oregon has a natty under their belt. It could happen. It's going to be hard, but it could happen. We just got to keep progressing. 48,044.
Ladies and gentlemen, 10 years ago today, a bitter, angry CM Punk walked out of the WWE. A decade later, the Second City Saint is back with one goal in mind.
CM Punk, baby.
The thousands in attendance, the millions watching at home, 30 superstars will compete in the 2024 Royal Rumble match for the championship match.
Men's Royal Rumble, man. It's undefeated.
Wow, this is new. Yeah, switch to H&R Block. Doing my own taxes like a champ. You can connect live with real experts. Last year we used TurboTax, and compared to H&R Block, we are so.
Do your own taxes and get help from an H&R Block tax pro.
They said it could be done. They said
Shit, I've been liking them since they were like this back in the day. It's cool to be able to see the evolution,
They also said, under no circumstances should those really long and delicious treats be wildly affordable. Then we said, but we already made them, and they are.
Elimination Chamber, 2 a.m. Why is it on at 2 a.m.? 2 a.m.? How is that helping us out? Yeah, who the hell is, people got to work and I don't know how many people would even be able to show up for live streams if it's on. Only the hardcore people, if they live with people that don't mind people being awake and being loud. I really enjoyed Jimmy and Jay when they wore the yellow. Like the early Usos.
Lock your doors remotely with complimentary flash leading Blue Link Plus, available on the new Hyundai Tucson. When you're a small business owner, your to-do list can be a lot. That's why Progressive makes it easy to save with a commercial auto quote online, so you can take on all your other to-dos. See if you could save a Progressive commercial.
But I remember watching like at this point when they were in the yellows, and I'm like, dude, I like these guys. Plus, it's like regardless if it was Rikishi or like The Rock, and just like based off the look and the moves and where they were at the time. And then obviously if you get the backstory with the family and all that, then it makes you like them even more. But I was already sold on them even early on. Yeah, it was cool to be able to see kind of the evolution, to take each step, from being shirtless and then wearing the shirts and then the cut off shirts, each vibe. All right, baby.
Ultimirus can cause reactions such as back pain, tiredness, dizziness, limb discomfort, or bad taste. Ultimirus is here. Ask your doctor about managing your generalized myasthenia gravis with Ultomiris.
The Royal Rumble is powered in part by more energy.
Shout out to all the goats. I appreciate you. Love you very, very much. Can't wait for tomorrow. Can't wait for this. I still got a long, long walk I got to do with Paisley. Hopefully we don't get poured on and rained on, but it's always a great, great day to be able to watch some wrestling together. I'll never stop watching too. You know, like I said, I started early at like 3 years old, and I don't ever see myself ever stopping to watch, or I'm always going to collect the figures, like, and the accessories and, the oddball stuff. I actually enjoy looking for the oddball stuff like that. Big part of my life. I know it's a big part of your guys' life too. Not everyone, some of us are just football, but football and wrestling go hand in hand. I feel more than any other sport. Yeah, it's like you got wrestling and basketball, wrestling and baseball, but wrestling fans and football fans are the most alike as far as fan bases. And that's why I feel like a lot of wrestling fans and football fans can get along, because similar personalities. So let's go.
Again, waiting for number one guy. Not impossible. 4 people have done it in the history of the Royal Rumble. He may be main event Jey Uso, but
Yeet, yeet.
he's also got to be iron.
I like it too, because like their vibe is authentic. It's not like they're trying to be gangster or like try to be a certain way. Like, when you see certain type of gimmicks where they try to make them be this way, like the way the Usos are, or an interpretation to a piece of kind of how they talk and how they are in real life. And the closer that you can be as you are in real life, the more believable your character is going to be in the ring. That's why these guys don't get booed, because it's authentic. It's real. Great legacy for both of them, Jimmy and Jay. Yeet, yeet. 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific. Shit. Well, I know like the fam goes to bed late, but I mean, I don't even know how many people would show up if I did. I mean, 3 a.m. stream is just too late, dude. So we'll have to skip that one. I'll have to do an NHL game later that day. But will I watch it? I mean, I'll probably watch it if I'm awake, but just probably won't stream it. So yeet versus no yeet.
Guys, this is really the first time since Jimmy Uso cost his brother Jey Uso the undisputed championship at SummerSlam that these two brothers are going to go face to face.
Now that is Usi.
He moved over to Monday Night Raw, while Jimmy has remained doing the bidding of the bloodline.
Of course, they were going to start him off 1 and 2.
These twin brothers, with the greatest tag teams of all time. We know blood is thicker than water, but is it thicker than a WrestleMania main event?
He said, let me give you that crazy eye. Let me give you the crazy yeet or no yeet. Well, that's good. You know, that's how you start off a Royal Rumble. You know, you already get like you don't even have to wait for it. They just started off. You know, you already grabbed everyone's attention, and then now you're going to be sucked in all the way to the end. You know, sometimes it's just knowing how to format matches. You know, and the layout of things. Oh man, if Solo was 3, oh my gosh, I don't know if we deserve that though. Wrestling fans are smart, you know, like if you watch enough, you know, you're going to be able to predict some things. You know, sometimes it's like, you know, you're going to, you know, Vince would do it his way, and then you could predict Vince's ways. But now with like a new regime with Khan and Triple H, you know, it feels like some things are predictable, but some things are also going to be left up for surprises, which I like. Waller reminds me of my boy Jake that I used to, you know, the one that's in the stream sometimes, like when we played basketball. You know what I mean? He was built like Grayson Waller, like tall, lanky, you know, lefty though, and Waller makes a obviously a very natural heel. Kicked out. I kind of like the blue and the black. You know, with the gear, you know, it kind of reminds me of the Hollywood Hogan, you know, when he had his, you know, Hollywood pants and stuff with the lightning bolts on it with the black and the blue. And then I'm like, you know, I'm like in the red, you know, where you're going with the shoes, the pants, and then the cutoff. You know, you got to be matching. Got to have that swag, right? Waller is annoying. That's the whole point. That's his character, to be annoying. And it's not, it doesn't even have to, you know, matter that he's from Australia. He could just be from America and be annoying. But that's the, you know, the guy that gets the mic time. That's the annoying guy, the annoying heel. Andrade? Oh, our first surprise. And then now Charlotte Flair is injured, though. He said, I'm back. He said, AEW didn't use me right. Put me in some matches, bitches. Andrade, el ídolo. Waller almost ran into, oh boy, Jimmy. Oh, baby. There we go. This is what we're here for. This is why we hang out, you know, once a month and we do these things. Other people don't understand, but we get it. I was about to say the same thing. We lie, we cheat, we steal. I'm gonna have to go back and watch some Eddie. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who is it? Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Hayes. Melo is money. That applies for the male and the female. Melo don't miss. I mean, how often are you going to have a Carmelo and a Carmella? You know, Melo's like, you took my shtick, Melo is money, because that's what he would have done. Oh, it's super fun, man. I mean, I'll bring up, different photos of the matches or different wrestling photos. Sometimes we'll go through like vintage stuff, depending on what we want to talk about. But we've been doing it for, forever, years and years and years. I would order an AEW pay-per-view once or twice a year for like $50-$60. But if I can't get everybody to do it, then it's kind of pointless to do a stream that way. Cause it's like, oh, wow, look at me. I'm watching it and everyone else can't. So I figure like, doing WWE pay-per-views is the smartest way to get everyone together. So. But we usually just do WWE once a month, for the pay-per-view. So 12 in a year. Shinsuke. His theme song, bro, it just yeah. It's like too good of a theme song not too good of a theme song to not sing it. It's like you have certain moments and you want to make sure that you're paying homage. People dream to have a theme song that people will for. That's a big part of wrestling. If you can have that, theme song with like Cody Rhodes or Seth Rollins, and you can get that pop, or be a lower name wrestler like a Sami Zayn or a Shinsuke Nakamura, but the song is so strong that people want to sing along. People want to go out of their way and show that love. My cousin Shinsuke Nakamura. Undertaker, yeah. I mean, nothing will ever top Undertaker. I mean, that's the best original character in wrestling history, period. I mean, you can't even argue that. There has never been a character more iconic than the Undertaker. That's just, and it was believable and it worked. Like, he was tall enough, he had the look, and then even when we went to the American Badass and they went back, no one gave a shit because he pulled that off too, Santos Escobar at 7. I mean, of course, every fan is going to have a favorite Undertaker ministry, corporation, the dead man, obviously, with the biker, everyone's, I would assume most people would assume that the biker Undertaker is the least favorite for most people, but it still wasn't like terrible. It just was a different era and they were trying to mix it up, which I can appreciate, Shinsuke should go with like the Finn Balor like face paint and go with like look like Darth Maul, and Shinsuke should rock that look with like the black and the red jump off. And he's done some stuff like that in like Japan prior to coming over to the US. I would love to be able to see that, but you'd have to save that for like a pay-per-view, Can't be like a Monday Night Raw where Shinsuke gets all dressed up like that. It's got to be for like the title or something. You grew up, like, see, it all depends on what your age is, right? See, I watched Undertaker when he was with, with the purple and with the urn and, early on, like seeing his first matches and everything. So for me, it's always going to be, the original Undertaker for me. And then all the others, the darkness and everything. But again, that ages you too. Because if you grew up on Biker Undertaker, then it shows you that you're younger than some of us that are in the room, which there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that we identify with the things when we're younger. When we're 5 to 12, everything that we experience, we think is the coolest thing ever. I mean, tell me I'm wrong. Going back into your childhood of like toys and cartoons and things that you really enjoyed when you were 5 to 12, you go back out that moment in your life and you're like, those times were awesome. Yeah, incredible. But I still have appreciation for Lenny D because that's what he grew up with. But to go back and see what you were missed out on, it's like, it's hard to recreate the 80s and 90s unless you were like there and you were a part of it. It was just hard to explain how crazy, like, the fans were in the 80s and 90s. Like the type of turnout that you get for WrestleMania was like that on the regular on every show. And you had signs for everyone, which you don't see anymore. Like watching a show with like 20,000 people and 10,000 people have signs. Like, what kind of world are we living in? That was the world. I mean, wrestling was bigger than wrestling. Wrestling was a part of pop culture. I mean, that's really what it came down to. Hell, you had Karl Malone and Dennis Rodman doing it. So Scarlett with the darker hair, he says. Odin approves. Odin approved. Finisher. Yeet. Finish him. I have been playing a lot more PS2 lately since I moved it here into the little studio. But I think Nintendo 64 has got my name calling it pretty soon. I've been itching to do GoldenEye so bad. And I got the wrestling games too. Dom, Dirty Dom. I like Dirty Dom. Dirty Dom one day will be IC champ. Dirty Dom one day will be tag team champ. Dirty Dom one day will be heavyweight champ. Just keep perfecting your vibe and talking shit, on the microphone and being witty and clever and just being, the best badass Dom that you can be. Yeah. And like Dom, isn't great in the ring and he's not great on the microphone, but you can see the potential. And, if you can get naturally booed where they don't even let you talk, like think about how much of a heel that you have to be, but also too, your dad is fucking Rey Mysterio. You couldn't be in a better position to be a heel when your dad is like the ultimate face, unless like John Cena's a kid came in and then he ended up being like the heel. It's like there's certain situations that, Dom naturally is going to get the pub. Now you just got to work on your in-ring skills, your submission skills, and your mic skills. And then as long as Dom does that, and having the Mysterio name, we should get a belt out of him at some point. What's cooler than being cool? What's cooler than being cool? He's awesome. You know what I mean? You just have to be able to see the future, and like see the direction of the company and where it's going. And, as long as they keep him in the faction, and that's another part of it too. You don't want to have him go like solo. You want him to be a part of a faction, and that'll help, relieve some of the pressure of being a guy that's just trying to get the solo stuff until he's ready. Because obviously he is not ready to be like IC champ or heavyweight champ now. And that would be ridiculous to put the belt on him now because he hasn't earned it, but to see the potential and, I can't wait for the promos of him talking shit and actually being good, like instead of him stumbling over his words like we've seen him do in the past. But I like the potential. I like the heelness of him. It's natural. The fans already hate him. Now you just got to get good at talking shit and being good in the ring. Yeah, great to see these the luchas. Great to see some Latino heat in the ring. I spit in the face of people who don't want to be cool. That guy works out. Bobby Lashley. Look at Bobby. Bobby's like, I got athleticism. God damn, Bobby. He said, yeah, man, I just put on that tanning oil. I had that KFC and Popeyes. I'm going to eliminate everybody. All right, Bobby. When's the last time we've seen Bobby? Okay, Bobby. Bobby. I kind of like the ring attire by Bobby. Bobby Boucher. Kellen Moore is going to be the OC for the Eagles. Good. Better than going to the Buccaneers. No thanks. So the Eagles are done. Is that what we're saying? That they're screwed? Like I said, anytime you end up going for it, with Dak and you have 50 yards to go and you run a draw, AOP, you're probably not going to get a head coaching job anytime soon. And you're being fired pretty fast as OC with Kellen Moore. So. No, Bobby Lashley loves the KFC and Popeyes. Don't you know about Bobby? It's not just black. It's Bobby. Bobby's got a routine. Hey, black, white, Mexican, Asian, everyone loves KFC and Popeyes. There is no fucking race that doesn't like it. I have never heard anyone say, oh, fried chicken or chicken products or mashed potatoes and gravy and all that. No thanks. Said no one ever. It's delicious. Shit, like I could spend like $30-$40 of KFC or Popeyes or any chicken spot or fucking chicken and waffles or any, and like eat everything by myself. And like hopefully I have leftovers. Tanning oil, and he's got to have a snack. Some people do like the PB&J thing, like a lot of NFL players be doing that. Shit, what a better way to get motivated. But, have a little snack. Boom. Shit, before I get out there, a little KFC, a little mashed potatoes and gravy, maybe 2 pieces of chicken. Boom, go out there. Oh, yeah. You're feeling good. And there's layers to the fried chicken, the skin, and then, each layer crispy, and depending on if it's like a natural or if it's, a different sauce or spice, there's layers to this game in the chicken game. Usually the best places are going to be like the low key spots, or unless you can end up getting your like chicken and waffle place or whatever. My number one chicken spot is in Seattle, though. It's not even here in Oregon. It's at Sisters and Brothers, and they have like a bunch of like collectibles in the whole bar. it's like there's literally thousands and thousands of dollars and like, you know, like thousands of figures and dolls and just random collector memorabilia scattered in the ceiling and the rafters. And then the chicken is just insane. Like, it's the only place I would drive 3 hours to eat their chicken and eat their food. It's just incredible. Oh, biscuits. You got to have the biscuit, you got to have the butter, and then you got to have the gravy, you know, mashed potatoes. Like, you got to make it's got to be the closest thing to fucking Thanksgiving when you eat. Like, you just can't be having just chicken or just mashed potatoes and gravy. Like, you know, hell, go fucking buy the mac and cheese. Sometimes you got to fucking get that real quick mac and cheese with the KFC, and then that'll hit. Tell me I'm wrong. That's sometimes that is the business. Of course, you can make the mac and cheese yourself. Nice move by Theory there. You know, but sometimes that KFC mac and cheese, or if you get the mac and cheese, Popeyes have a mac and cheese option. They got a good mac and cheese option also, or is it not good? Fill me in to all y'all that be going to Popeyes on the regular. Nice move. But I've been craving some fried chicken. I've been craving some spaghetti, and that round table combo pizza. I've been craving that big time. The pizza that I had when I was a kid, you know, and it has to be that. And I've had it a few times in the last year. And man, it's like when you eat the pizza that you had when you were a kid, the memories that it brings up, and then it tastes just as good. Like, recipe has stayed the same at this round table, man. It's King Arthur special. You know, I got the sausage, the pepperoni, the massive cheese, but then I like the onion and the green pepper. Like, the onion and green pepper is just off the chain. It's just ridiculous with the crunch. And it's like the best combo pizza I've ever had. It's like unbelievable, man. And then I remember playing like Road Blasters and like the arcade games while I was waiting for the pizza. And then they used to have like the Pizza Hut red cups. And, you know, it was a vibe back in the day. Right. And it was right next to one of my favorite card shops that I grew up in, where I actually was cool with the owner, and the owner would let me get behind the register and sell packs and cards to people. And we would like eat pizza and like open up packs and boxes back when I was like 10. It was like the coolest thing ever. The guy had no business to being that nice to me, but, you know, for whatever reason, he liked me enough where I could actually hang with him for a couple hours on a weekend and open up packs of cards in the Shaq era and Jordan era and help customers and like feel like what it's like to be a fucking card shop employee for once. It was awesome. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to do it today, but I have still been on a kind of a diet. But yeah, with Odin and Cyberpunk's generosity, I actually can afford to buy like a Kraken beanie. I can actually, you know, get shoes at some point this month or next month, and I can actually like get that pizza that I've been craving. Oh my gosh, cheese volcano pizza, yum. Dude, that looks amazing. Dude, that looks good. You know who it is. Especially if you have a theme that gets you, you know, pumped up. You know what I mean? How many people got something like this? That's what makes it special. That's what wrestling's about, man. And only a very few will be able to have a catchphrase or theme song, but energy. But it's like, you know, like how NFL teams have a coach that represents the team and the way that they play. A theme song can identify who you are as a wrestler. And that is the perfect one for Cody Rhodes. Will Stein liked your tweet? Hell yeah, bro. Fuck yeah, my boy. See, I told you, bro. All you got to do is keep grinding, and eventually you're going to get college players, NFL players, celebrities to interact with your stuff. I will always like your stuff, but every once in a while you'll get someone famous, you know, and it's cool when that happens. like Ken Jong. I had an interaction with him. Derek Brooks, Demario Davis, LaMichael James. I've had a few that it's cool, even if it's just something little as liking something or retweeting or even giving you a message back if you're lucky enough. Yeah, it's cool. Domino's has that, but just not in the U.S. Oh, boy's on a mission, bro. Bronson Reed. He's about to stomp somebody. Oh, don't freeze on me. Oh, Royal Rumble just froze. Oh, hell no. Now my screen went black. Oh, hell no. Did that happen to you guys? Oh, hell no. What happened? What happened? What happened? It booted me, and it took me back to my TV menu. What the hell? All right, now I got to go back into Peacock. Hopefully that didn't happen for you guys. That just happened to me. Now I got to go back to Peacock. This used to happen in the Vince McMahon era. All right, click back onto it. It's going in a circle. There it is. All right, I'm back. Wow, that was weird. And I don't even have my Wi-Fi on my phone. It must be an Oregon thing. But sometimes for me, like being able to order a certain type of meal, like Chinese food from my favorite spot or like my favorite pizza, and then watching like a movie or my favorite show, like that to me is like the perfect day. You know, spending time with Paisley or like hang out with Meg, or if like, you know, depending on what I can do. But if I can, you know, eat one of my favorite foods and watch something that I enjoy, there's nothing going to be better than that day. No, I'm back. It just booted me out. It was weird. Come on. Yes, it is.
And at number 17, it is Kofi Kingston. And Kofi making history. This is his 16th Rumble match tonight. He moves to the second all-time, only behind Kane, who is 18. Kofi Kingston is...
I love New Day. Every member. That shit scared the hell out of me with about Big E, you know? Like pretty soon, like we're, you know, it's going to be like a memory, you know, of the three of them. You know, like it's just, you got to really appreciate what you're watching when you're watching it. Oh, Cody Kata. Shinsuke Nakamura's neck snapped. You thought Big E was going to come out? I love me some Big E. Big E, hella funny, dude. Like the three of them are just like real, and they like hang out like they're brothers, and they really genuinely care about each other, and they have each other's backs, and it shows. You know, it's like a really, really good bonds, not just friends, but like brothers, like really. And I like that when you can recognize that. I remember when Kofi was Jamaican Mon. Dom trying to lift Bronson Reed. Yeah. Like you'd be lucky to get one leg of Bronson Reed or one arm. It's a big boy.
Intercontinental champion, longest reigning Intercontinental champion of all time. Tonight, state number 5.
Introducing Walter. Walter, aka Gunther. Let me get in here and beat the shit out of everyone. Oh, shit. That hurt. I mean, you thought Sheamus was the one that hit hard. Gunther hits harder now than anybody. Him and Sheamus are like equal now. It took for someone like Gunther, aka Walter, to come around for someone other than Sheamus to get all the hate. They're like, God damn, he punches a little too stiff. But again, you're going to have at least one or two of those in the business. Be thankful we only have two, not like 8. Oh, Kofi's old theme is always a banger. You know it, bro. You know it.
And he is so impressive as Guthrie. And the two finalists of last year's Royal Rumble match. People Cody eliminated Guthrie to win the whole thing last year.
Sometimes I just want to have white rice or like chicken teriyaki or like fried chicken, and I just want to have it like every day. Like, of course, I can't afford it, but sometimes like how people go into like binge watching. I want to go into like binge eating and just like go ham on something for like a week, but like do different items on the menu. Oh, there goes his neck. I haven't had Buffalo Wild Wings in a long, long time. I haven't had Popeyes in a long time. Hell, I haven't even had KFC in a minute. And then teriyaki chicken, I haven't had in a minute. Man. Ivar, baby. Ivar looks like he should be in the show Vikings. Ragnar. Like, you know what I mean? Like you watch a show or there's like a documentary about Vikings, like he should be in it. Like he should be like one of the stars. I like the beard. Look at that. Oh, look at that semi cartwheel. Bang, baby, with the cartwheel combo. I wish Bam Bam Bigelow and Vader were still alive, and then they would like make an appearance. Or like if Mr. Perfect Kurt Hennig was still alive and he made an appearance, like I wish some of these like legends were still around. Like all the guys from my childhood. Oh. Bronson Reed, Ivar. Nice. The meaty man. The meaty man's.
Talk about freaks of nature. Freak athletes. Oh, he was timed 23 miles per hour when he hit the ropes. That's faster than Tyreek Hill.
Braun, baby.
Look at the explosion.
I mean, if you're going to give a belt to somebody, you should give it to Braun. Braun should be a guy that should be heavyweight champ sooner than later. Like if you don't want to give him the heavyweight belt or undisputed, like give him the IC belt. You know what I mean? Like him with the IC belt is, but again, who has the IC belt right now? So, but if there has to be like a passing of the torch and then Gunther ends up going to heavyweight and has to drop the belt to someone, I couldn't think of a better person to drop one to if that ends up happening one day. Based off hype and who Braun Breaker is. It would be good for marketing to give him the belt. And plus, if you're related to Scott Steiner and Rick Steiner, how cool is that? Fucking anyone related to Rick Steiner and Big Papa Pump? Yeah, come on now. I don't think there's anyone that that has ever stated that they didn't like Braun Breaker. Like, what's not to like? Omos.
to the ring by MVP. A couple of years ago, it took 6 men to eliminate Omos from the Rumble. Seen Omos in person in a while, a long time.
I mean, could you guys? Who else would you guys want to see besides Gunther and who? Like, if it wasn't Braun Breaker and Braun wasn't the one to beat him, who would be the person that would be like, okay, you wouldn't mind if it was this person? Wow, Dom just went to another realm. That was like fucking choke slam to fucking Undertaker's hell. Yeah, Omos looks bigger than last time. It's just that we haven't seen him in a minute in the ring, and he just looks like he's 8 foot tall in the ring, doesn't he? Like Omos looks like 8 foot. Like whatever 8 foot looks like in the ring, that's what we would assume it looks like. Oh, nice spear by Braun Breaker. That was dope. Oh, 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 oh. I like Braun. Hi. I love you. Pat is in the match. Get him, Pat. Yeah. Like, are they going to make him, like, is he going to, like, actually wrestle anybody, or is he just going to get thrown out real quick? Pat is athletic. Like, let Pat do some moves before you eliminate him.
Just eliminate himself. In 38 seconds. Yes. Good job, Pat. You know what that means? My record's still intact. Your record's still intact. They won't let me take it away that my Pat. You know, I don't want to ruin everything for everybody. Braun Breaker. How big is that thing? 7'3". Hey, by the way, thank you. My record's still intact. Oh, shit, cool. Why'd you guys let me in there? I was hoping you got scared. 7'3". Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Omos is eliminated by Breaker. Why should have done that? That's what the man you could have done. Watch it next year. And meanwhile, Dominic just eliminated Braun Breaker. Oh, there you go. And here comes JD McDonough. And Dominic's got some backup. It's his fault. He's the Omos. He's the worst stuff about it. Omos, he said that you were scared. I never said that. I never said that. He said you're not that big in real life.
Oh, what a spear. Like, Braun makes the spear cool. It's like we haven't seen the spear being like really known as a cool move in a long time, you know, depending on who's doing it, like Goldberg. But like, I feel like Braun is the first one that's making the spear like a comeback, where it's like, that's a cool move again. Not Roman. What do you guys think? Love me some R-Truth.
Oh, shut up, Cole. Was Omos in there whenever you were in the were you did that 7'3"?
Odin, before you ever decide, if you do decide to try to get that bushwhacker thing, message me before you do anything. Because if we could both get BWO shirts, bro, that would be awesome. Like something like that. I'll be Big Stevie Cool and you'll be the Blue Meanie Squad. What's up? Oh. Well, of course, Punk is going to be one of the last ones, based off his age and then the position for him to win. So you would assume that if CM Punk, gets his number called, he'll be last or second to last. Hell yeah. I mean, who else is more of a fan favorite than R-Truth? Like, let's be honest. See me? Get him, Truth. Uh-oh. Oh, he just got booted. I mean, R-Truth has got to be the most likable, loved, like mid jobber wrestler of all time. Even though he hasn't been able to achieve the greatness, like we love him. The Miz. Another guy that's had an amazing career that we talk about, underrated. A lot of people hate him, great, heel. And he's definitely made a name, for himself and went above and beyond. I mean, he essentially did what every, kid on the couch dreamed of doing, but he did it. Nice fucking DDT by the Miz. You're the man. And Miz is really good on the mic, so he could always do commentary in the future. He's that good. Still got it, baby.
Number 26 on his way. Senior Money in the Bank.
Damian Priest, baby.
And also still holds the Money in the Bank briefcase. I feel like if that happens, you might as well just hand Priest whatever championship he wins because he has Priest is true by Buck Buddies, right? And R-Truth eliminated by Damian Priest.
Damn, Priest came in there and just punched the shit out of him. I love Damian Priest, but I don't like his clothes. Like, it takes away your cool factor when your clothes aren't as cool. Like, you're a cool wrestler and it's like a cool vibe, but you shouldn't look like you're wearing women's tops when you're doing these big wrestling matches. It's like the last 6 months, it's been like women top, woman cut top. Like, it doesn't look like any like guy I've ever seen wear anything before. Like, what are you wearing, bro? And it's like, I'm just trying to be real about it. I mean, like, what's the spot down below? Like, you don't got no cleavage, bro. Like, what is the deal with that? When I think of Damian Priest, I think of him wearing clothes like the Shield. Like I think that he would look the best like that. And that's how he should dress. like how they dressed in the Shield with like the vest and everything. Now, if you're going to already have that type of look, you have to dress the part, not dress like a fucking clown. $27. Whether you love him or you hate him, hey, Vince is gone. So great theme song. CM Punk just has to not get thrown out by accident. There we go, Punk. But the Punk hype, it wouldn't be as big unless like MJF comes out. Can you imagine that? MJF? How long until MJF contract is up? There goes Dirty Dom. Well, of course. I mean, I'm a Kenny Omega Young Bucks guy, but no one's really going to know the full truth about, what's going down, especially when you got people that don't like each other. Ricochet. But I feel like with CM Punk, whether you love him or you hate him, it's like something that's good for wrestling. Like, it's not good for athletes, and personalities that have talent to be sidelined on the shelf and not doing something. Like, wrestling needs superstars. Wrestling needs great guys on the mic. Wrestling needs, talented people. And you're never hurting, you're always going to be hurting the business when you don't have your best on the mic or on TV. So. Yeah, Osprey's ridiculous. Nice clothesline by Priest. Wow. Jesus. Miz will feel that. He'll have to have his wife take care of him after that one. Jesus. We missed out on a lot of epic matches with the Bastard Pac and Ricochet if they were able to be together in WWE. Drew McIntyre. The most talented big man in wrestling. Drew McIntyre looks like a fucking gladiator in like the movie 300. That's why. And then the best part about him, it's not just in ring. Like, his microphone skills are better than what he is in the ring. And in the ring, he's awesome. So what does that say? Like, when's the last time you've seen a big guy where his mic skills are an 11 and his in-ring skills are a 10? It's like very rare. And that's when you have to recognize how good Drew McIntyre is and reinvented himself from the first time he was with the company when he got fired and came back. And then got the title during COVID. No one saw it. I saw it. I appreciated it. But he deserves another run. Oh, right on the chin for Drew. But Drew's mic skills is the reason why I like him so much. Like, there's guys that are just as good as him in the ring, but based on his size and whatnot. But again, you got to have the complete package. Damn, Jay was in there for 50. Damn it, Jay. Sammy. Love me some Sami Zayn. My favorite mid-card guy, maybe of all time. Like as far as a guy that, people love, they like his theme music, they'll chant along, they'll root for him. Never usually gets put in a big match ever besides the whole Bloodline story. But then anytime that he gets on TV or on a mic, he is fucking gold. He is just, it's just hard to describe, his fight and his energy. You know what I mean? And him and Kevin Owens, being Canadian and vibing together. I love the pairing, and it makes me love both of them that much more. But, to have a guy that is amazing on the microphone, and he's better on the mic than he is in the ring. And in the ring, he's good. But on the microphone, he's like Drew McIntyre. There's another level to it, and he's amazing. Love me some Sammy, man. And to see his progression, and if we never got to see the Bloodline Sammy, we never really would have got to see his full potential. I don't even think we've seen it yet, but we got to see some, events where he was like, the main focal point with Roman and others. And I thought that was amazing because, like, it's so rare that, a guy like that gets an opportunity. Same thing with like Bryan Danielson, Daniel Bryan, for them to actually give a little guy an opportunity to talk, spit on the mic, and to back it up in the ring, and to get the belt and to get the recognition. So, and Sammy is nowhere near the expert and Hall of Famer as Bryan Danielson, but Sammy is damn good for what he is. Maybe the most entertaining mid-carder ever out of any generation. I mean, think of anyone else that you could say, like Sammy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. Is he okay? Damn, Ricochet. Yeah, and I like it too because the evolution of Sami Zayn, it's like I always liked him, but I didn't like love him. Like I always like admired him, and I was always hoping that he would get a chance to shine more on the mic or in the ring, and then being able to see him evolve on the microphone with the Bloodline, I mean, that impressed me more than anything. Like Sammy's probably one of the more underrated wrestlers of all time. Also, you could put him in that category, like as like a guy that may not be a superstar, but can give you superstar matches. He's fucking special, man. Razor's Edge. Bye, Sammy. There's my boy Seth. Fuck, can you imagine being like in the next to Seth? But Seth wouldn't sign for you or anything if you were at the event, but The AEW guys going against the WWE guys, the small guys versus the big guys. Traditional, tall Undertaker type, or are you wanting, the guy that's more icy, heavyweight body that's, a little bit smaller, but that can win the IC or the heavyweight belt? What a clothesline. God, I love wrestling, man. There's not very many things that make me happier than wrestling. I just wish that I wasn't so pissed off at Vince during COVID. I wish I would have, watched a little bit more of Raw if it was worth it, but of course at that time it was really bad. I still feel bad about that. Like I kind of turned my back on him, but I had to. It wasn't a good product. My time is fucking precious and I don't want to spend 3 hours watching one good match. I know. I love the Chop Fest, man. Like obviously Gunther is going to go farther in his career because they have him as like the next big thing, and like the what they're doing with Roman is what they're doing with him at IC. But at some point, there's going to have to be a new one. That's going to take that spot. And even if Drew were to go down to the IC level, but then for him to have it for 6 months to a year, I would love that. For him to at least get some due. I don't know what he would think about that, going from like the heavyweight belt to like IC. But I would assume with such a competitive business, if you're getting one of the top 3 coveted belts, world heavyweight, universal or IC, you're probably thrilled. It's a part of your legacy, right? You're not going to be able to be a heavyweight champ or universal all the time, especially when fucking Roman Reigns has got one belt for like goddamn 10 years.
Meanwhile, Cody doing his best to not succumb to the sleeper hold applied by the Intercontinental Champion Gunther. The final 4 of the world.
Man, what would it feel like to be one of these 4 guys in the ring? Good talent right here in the ring, especially with the 3 guys that are wrestling besides CM Punk. CM Punk doesn't got a whole lot left, but Drew and Cody and Walter, aka Gunther, they got a lot. I don't know. And like I said, it's not like Walter Gunther I don't like, but if I had to choose between Walter and Gunther or Drew, I'm picking Drew 10 times out of 10. Like Walter Gunther is too generic for me, and he can't talk on the microphone. So you're already on my shit list because you can't talk on the mic. You just have the physical attributes and you're physical, and they want to be able to gift you the belt. You know what I mean? I respect guys that are on the mic and that can do it in the ring. And, like, really, if Gunther wasn't really getting the push, he would just be another dude, Let's be honest. There goes Drew. Nice job, Punk. Damn, Gunther is fucking stiff out there. His punches, his kicks, he gives no fucks. He's like, you're a little guy, you're a medium-sized guy, you're a big guy, I don't care. I'm going to throw you around like I throw my brother around. Good luck. I hope you wake up. He wrestles like that too. Oh! Nice. Cody and Punk, huh? This is the way it should be. Why do you think I did this?
A few months ago that this would be the scene. Cody Rhodes directly opposed to CM Punk as the final two participants in the Royal Rumble with WrestleMania on the line. We'd have called you crazy, but it ain't crazy. It's happening. And here we go.
Well, I guess this will really determine where the Roman storyline goes. If the Roman storyline goes, then we're going to get Roman and Cody and not Roman versus The Rock. If CM Punk wins, then it might be something different, like with Roman and Rock, or what we decide to get. So if CM Punk wins it, then who knows where they go with the storyline. But if Cody wins, then we know we're going to get Cody Roman at WrestleMania. I think that's how it goes, right? That's what most people are thinking. So it depends on if we want Rock and Roman, or if we want Cody and Roman now, or Cody and Roman next year, how they decide to do it. It's like if Cody wins, does that mean that Cody's going to be the one that takes it from Roman? Or is he going to fight him again and lose again? There are lots of questions need to be answered. I mean, who deserves it more? Cody. CM Punk is just the name and the draw, but again, it's about ratings, right? And being so controversial and being best in the world, right? Even if you're not as good of an athlete as you were or wrestler, but CM Punk is still a draw. Just like Brock Lesnar will always be a draw. I mean, actually, maybe not any now with Vince's situation, but. Oh, I didn't even look at the spoiler sheets. Were they 100% correct on all on the sheets? Someone leaked the sheets. No, for the Cody Cutter. German. Yaman. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. German. 1, 2, 3. Well, we figured it was going to be Rock and Roman, and Cody wouldn't get to face him until next year, right? So having Cody win now wouldn't make sense, right? Because just because CM Punk wins doesn't mean that CM Punk is going to be the one wrestling Roman, or if it'll just be one-on-one, it could be like 1-on-2, or a triple threat or whatever. Who knows what they have written in the books. Oh, they had X-Pac as a surprise. Crossroads countered. That's what I do when I'm hungry. Good pay-per-view. I think overall we can say it was like either a 9 or a 9.5, or just because of less matches, and we didn't. I mean, besides the Kevin Owens Logan Paul ending, and it was too short. But other than that, I mean, 3 matches that everyone is going to be happy with, and and then 1 match that the ending was kind of fucked with Kevin Owens, and it was too short. But hell, 3 out of 4. That's pretty good. A lot of people predicted Bayley winning, as far as like people on the internet. I had a lot of people either rooting for Bayley or thinking that Bayley was going to win. Oh, yes. Tell him, Cody. And it's pretty rare that we've seen a face on the John Cena level, and that's what Cody Rhodes has embraced. I mean, think about, have we seen anybody even close to John Cena as a face since he left? Like, Cody is the new John Cena. So, I mean, obviously Cody can make a great heel, but not many people can be a great elite face and people can buy in, you know? Like, obviously Orton can do both, but there's not very many that can do both. But oh,
Can you get Cody over the top rope? Was that the last gasp of CM Punk? Does Punk have enough left in the tank to haul Cody Rhodes up and over the top rope? Last
yeah.
attempt. Cody has moved.
Punk gonna go at Seth. Well, we would assume that would be something that you could see, you know, based on, you know, how the entry, you know, of CM Punk and how Seth, you know, so maybe that was, they were planning on having that at WrestleMania, CM Punk and Seth Rollins. Sasha Banks is officially AEW. Is she there? Is she there on Collision? She signed? No way. That's awesome. I can't wait to watch her wrestle. Sasha Banks and Dr. Britt Baker. Yes, please. But I think she likes the NJPW vibe. You know, she likes to be able to go crossover. And in AEW, they'll allow you to cross over and do stuff. So cross promotional stuff. And I think that's another reason why Brian Danielson left, because he wanted to be able to, you know, do NJPW stuff if he, you know, felt like that was something he wanted to do. He wanted that option. And with WWE, you can't do NJPW stuff. So is it legit?
Now taking Cody as he looks at the WrestleMania sign and prolongs the agony for Cody Rhodes. Look for the garter snake. Cody though able to catch him. Not Dusty's kid anymore.
Yeah. Cody. Cody Rhodes, baby.
For the first time in over a quarter of a century, a man has gone back to back to win the Royal Rumble match.
Let's go, baby.
The miracle. The opportunity.
Let's go.
The story is alive and well.
Okay, because I was gonna say I don't think that they would have done it today, you know, but you know, I'll take your word for it. But again, you have to look at the outlets. So unless it's coming from AEW direct, then it could be suspect. My boy Judah. Heck yeah. Well, that's 4 hours, huh? Shout out to Odin's son finally getting the dono train started. Cyberpunk coming in and being a goat. You know, 10 and 290. You guys are amazing. So that way I can actually, like, you know, buy some food if I need it, or, you know, buy a beanie if I want one, or get something for Paisley. So I do really appreciate that very, very much. A very successful day on the donos. One of the better days that we've had on the channel, with Odin's son and Cyberpunk being the MVPs. Appreciate the two of you. And definitely message you guys privately already. I thank you and I appreciate you. And wow, I mean, pretty fucking solid pay-per-view overall with the Royal Rumble. Let's go. And then tomorrow we're gonna have this at noon with the Chiefs and the Ravens in the AFC Championship game. And then right after, we're going to do the Lions and the Niners. So thumbnails already made, so that'll be more time I can spend with Paisley, which is nice. And I got to go eat some dinner and go take her for a long walk and, you know, enjoy this 2024 Royal Rumble. Awesome. Oh, it's just like a mock-up thing, yeah.
Champion, will Cody Rhodes change? Right, it's pretty clear. He wants to finish the story. It looks like against the undisputed champion.
Cody and Roman. We already knew that's how it was going to go down. Yeah, shit, I might have to order some food for that particular day. WrestleMania XL. Well, I love you guys and I appreciate you guys very, very much. Thank you for hanging out with your boy Finley. You're the man. Odin, you're the man. Matt, you're the man. Lenny D, you're the man. Sarah, you're the woman. Judah, you're the man. Matt, you're the man. Everyone is the man and the woman. I love you and I appreciate you. Shout out to all the people that watched, donated, commented, shared, all the people that watched on Twitter/X. That was a damn good Royal Rumble. Get some rest, and then we're going to be pumping out AFC, NFC championship game. This one at noon. Be here. This one at 3:30. Be there, and we'll grind it out again. Special shout out to Odin's son and Cyberpunk. I love you and I appreciate you. And I got one question for you. Who you know talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang.